I'm like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Who, like, come on, man, like, who gave Rollo Tomassi this God tier status? Like, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man. Like, show me some hoes Rollo Tomassi pulled, you know what I'm saying? Show, like, really, like, y'all acting like he really popping, pushing P, like, y'all acting like he came out the womb saying P.
From Reno, Nevada. Reno, Nevada. I am not in Las Vegas. Sorry. That trip's over. I'll tell you all about it. Did you guys catch the Michael Sartain show? Thought that was pretty good. Wish I'd had a little bit more time to build up for that, but big things are happening. Big things are happening in the Rational Male family. And that includes you. But I'm still live from my secret bunker in the Nevada high desert where the bodies are buried.
It's a disaster. Whenever technology comes into an industry, it consolidates it. Mating has been consolidated in the worst way. 50 men on Tinder, 50 women. 46 of the women show all of their attention to just 4 men, leaving 46 men pursuing just 4 women. If mating was a country, it would be more unequal than Venezuela. We have huge mating inequality. And here's the problem. When people don't get together and there's no pheromones and there's no vibe, women, and we don't like to say this on the left, primarily try and make very quick assumptions about this individual's ability to garner resources in the future. So what you have is this concentration of interest, and you're ending up with Porsche polygamy, where 10% of the men get 90% of the attention, which does not lead to good behavior or form long-term relationships. E-commerce was disastrous for retail. Social media was disastrous for everybody. Online dating is disastrous for mating and for men. It's terrible.
Dese ki, senin canını alayım sevgilini.
Kim derim? Eşimi.
Neden?
Niye benim canım alsın canım? Ölecekse ölsün.
Kendimi. Benim canımı alsın. Benimkini alsın, eşiminki alsın. Benimkini alsın. Kendimi. Evet.
Sorry, I don't mean to start on a downer, but that's what we have to do today because we have to get the real facts out and we have to start talking about the real issues today, which is all we do here. Hi, hello, welcome. That first clip, by the way, was from Bill Maher, which I will probably get a copyright warning for. So if you're watching this on a replay, it's live right now. Don't worry. If you're watching this on the replay, you'll have to sort of bear with me. And yes, there you go. I put the tag, put the bug on there. I'll remember it this time. Well, how are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, the subtitles were blurry. Sorry, that's Turkish TV for you. Essentially, what they were asking these women and these men were, if the Grim Reaper comes for you, your husband or your lover, who do you stay with? And so, of course, everyone said their lover. You know, I'm not dying for him or whatever. And then, of course, they interviewed the men, and the men are saying, you know, I will take a bullet for my wife. So. Again, that's not to sort of, you know, I think that the Manosphere sort of gets a bad rap for being like super negative. And yeah, I guess that is kind of negative, right? When we talk about like the war brides dynamic, or when we talk about the alpha widow dynamic, or we talk about how eggs are expensive and sperm is cheap. And I had this conversation with Michael Sartain just Friday on Friday's show. And we got to a lot of topics. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it is the Michael Sartain show. Justin Waller was on there. He introduced us. And I have some big plans ahead, and I will probably make some bigger announcements, maybe the middle of this stream, just so you'll stick around. I definitely am in development for, we're developing a new show together, and we're going to be doing it out of Vegas, and we're going to do it right. we're going to do the Manosphere right. So that's coming up. There's your teaser. I'll tell you more about it later. Sartain. No, actually it didn't. Yeah, I feel like I need to explain that to you guys. It didn't get nuked. I pulled it. I took it private because I did the live stream. I did the live stream myself, and I want to, well, it'll be up pretty soon on Mike's channel. So I want to like direct traffic over to Mike's channel too. So that's why I took it private. And then it's going over to Mike's channel as well. Just so that we can sort of, spread the love, I guess. But you'll understand when I get to the announcement phase. When I get to the announcements today, you'll understand what I'm talking about a little bit better. But it's not nuked. It's there, but it's just over on Mike's channel right now. So bear with me. So here we go. So yeah, again, getting back to things, I was in Vegas over the last week. I had a very productive and a very eventful last week with Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto /Cultivate Crypto. You guys know who I'm talking about. Hex Jesus. He and I are, I guess we're kind of partnering with and doing making some moves right now. I think probably in the next, probably next month or so. Certainly you'll see the new studio, my new studio, in the next couple of weeks. This is the second to the last show I'm going to do in this studio here. Next week will be the last show, and then I'm into the new studio, and I think you guys are going to really like it. I'm also doing a lot more down in Las Vegas right now. I have a lot of irons in the fire, let's just say, down in Las Vegas. Yes, please get me to 200,000. If you can get me to 200,000 before October, that would be I would really like that. I did a 4-hour podcast with Mike Sartain, and it was some fire. And it kind of caused a stir in I don't want to say the Manosphere, but like certainly amongst Mike's niche, Mike's sphere, let's just say. And then of course I was at PulseCon, yeah. And I am officially a Hexican. Sorry, I'm not trying to be Italian anymore. I'm now a Hexican. If you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, you should have been looking at my Instagram, because I was posting live clips and everything with myself and Miguel and RG3 Hex Pirate RG3. I'll tell you, the people that I met over this last week have been really encouraging. So yeah, I think we're gonna. I'll explain a little bit more. I want to get into. Today's topic is really kind of something that I really have been wanting to do for a while. Unfortunately, I have to sort of back things up a little bit. I got to backtrack. I'm not sure if you guys remember. I forget the name. Emma. What the hell was her name? Something. It was about. I want to say it was last year. I did a couple of shows on her. The little Brit girl who was coming at the Manosphere and wanted to tell us all about the Manosphere. All about the Manosphere. It's like, was it Julia Childs telling you about the Manosphere? We're going to tell you. But, why are they all Brits? Then I did Mooncat, I think it was in July is when I did the Mooncat breakdown. Another Brit. Remember her? What was it? The Roasties. The Roastie. She's in a band, by the way. Roastie girl is in the band. Another Brit who wants to explain the Manosphere. And today, guess what, children? Guess what?
Hello there, children. How's it going?
We're going to have another Brit tell us all about the Manosphere today. Now, in case you're wondering, yes, I know. Well, I'll tell you what's funny is, where'd you go? The accent makes them sound smart. Yeah, except until you sort of like parse out what it is they're saying. So, there you go. And now I got the lighting set right. Yeah, I was looking at. I was made aware of this video. Yet another British single girl who's frustrated with her dating life, or who got dumped, and she did get dumped. Well, she just said that in a few of these. Her name is, I don't know what her real name is. Her channel's name is Kidology. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this. But again, it's this mischaracterization of the Manosphere. This is not necessarily a reaction video so much as it is an illustration video. So when I do these like quote unquote reaction videos, I think you got to also take into account that I'm doing these shows simply because I think that there are so many misunderstandings or mischaracterizations. In most cases, it's deliberate. Yeah, Emma Thorne. Thank you very much, Emma Thorne. Okay, Emma Thorne, and then Mooncat, and then now we've got Kidology. And I would not be at all shocked if all of them knew each other, or if all of them were following each other on Instagram or whatever. I have no earthly clue, but I would not be shocked to find out that there is a connection between all of them. And because they're all pretty much making the same ignorant mistakes. And I've touched upon this a little bit in the past, where I've said that there's a difference between stupidity and ignorance. Now, stupidity is forgivable, but ignorance is malice. So when somebody is like lacks the cognitive faculties, just simply doesn't have the IQ, doesn't really understand what's going on. I can't teach higher math to Ned because he's a smart dog, don't get me wrong, but you're not going to teach complex mathematics to Ned. Sorry. That's, we can forgive that. I'm sorry, I can't do that, right? But then there's ignorance. And when you have access to information, when you have accurate access to data, when you claim to have an understanding of an area, doesn't have to be the manosphere, of any area, any arena, any, sector, whatever, any knowledge of anything, one would presume you have a background in it. One would presume that you've actually educated yourself in some way before you go out and start mouthing off about it. And that's pretty much the profit model of the social media age. This is a mouth off for about 30 to 45 seconds about shit you have no effing idea about. But people want to take you as an authority because it kind of triggers that emotional reaction, and people really dig on this. I'm sorry, I know I should. You're right. I'll leave Ned out of this. Please, super chat. His college fund is still open, by the way, so he can actually learn trigonometry. Oh man, Lord in heaven, already, Glenn, and with the off topic, it's only because it's you, man. Would you say Britney Spears not wanting to talk to her sons can be a war-bred situation since now she's remarried? I wouldn't know, because quite honestly, Britney Spears is whack. I mean, haven't we established that already? Like, Britney Spears is whack. Okay, got it. There's the answer to your $10 question. Britney Spears is whack. All right. And you know who else is whack?
Hey, y'all.
Another Britney. Just saying. And yet another influencer with no earthly clue what she's talking about. And I have been seeing this over and over and over again, and it has become a profit model for TikTokers. It's become a profit model for YouTubers. It's how do I build a brand? Oh, let's just go talk smack about Rollo Tomasi. Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes. That's all you got to do. And by the way, that came from another guy who's basically mouthing off about ignorant shit. And while he was stoned, by the way, I don't even know where I got that from. I forget the guy. Somebody sent me that at the intro to the intro. And I just used it. I'm ready to lean into it. So if you're going to come at me, you can expect me to pick up on your, I'm going to use Drew Afawala. You're going to come at me. I'll be happy to use you as a sound drop. That's how you own the narrative, ladies and gentlemen. Rad or Dawkin? I have to go with Rad. Sorry. Although George Lynch is a primo guitar player, but Rad. So, but before we get to that topic today, you probably saw this. I kind of led with this. I thought this was interesting. I put this. I hate using like poetry and shit like that, but this is lyrics from Hands All Over by Soundgarden. Really, Chris Cornell. It's one of my favorite songwriters of all time. But I thought this was interesting because I was listening to this song and I go, man, this is really kind of pertinent to what's going on right now. Hands all over, words I utter, change them into things you want to, like balls of clay. put your hands away. The title of the song is Hands All Over. And that's really what gets done today. It's not even so much. I can remember a time when we could at least legitimately say that, the mainstream media was corrupting the narrative, or they would take your words and use them against you. And now we are the media. We are the influencers. And it's one thing if a newspaper has to make a retraction about something that is false. That makes no difference anymore. Really, it doesn't, because the engagement of the initial falsehood far, far outweighs the retraction, and nobody really even knows the retraction. So even if you're exonerated these days, even if you're found not guilty and you're completely exonerated of all charges, everyone still thinks you are. They think you're guilty, or they're suspicious of you being guilty of whatever it is. It doesn't necessarily have to be a crime. I mean, just whatever the suspicions were. So in the court of social media today, it's not the media, it's not the mainstream media that is the shaper of public opinion. It is influencers. It is influencers who are confidently ignorant of anything they have to, like, I forget who said this. I want to say it was Ben Shapiro, but it's like, you probably heard me say this before, is that it is an order of magnitude greater to refute bullshit than it is to create bullshit. And so refuting that bullshit ends up becoming a game of playing whack-a-mole. And it becomes so hard to keep up with all this stuff, or eventually, use someone as an example. That's all you do. I could probably start a whole channel doing nothing but reaction videos, and don't worry, I'm not going to actually do that. But when I do stuff like this, it's usually so that I can address bigger points from within that reaction. But the larger narrative to today's show is that all I am seeing these days, when it comes to criticizing the Manosphere, criticizing me, criticizing the red pill, is ignorance and people who are confident in that ignorance. And yes, I'm looking at DJ academics. Yes, I am looking at this woman right here, this young lady right here. I'm looking at practically everyone who pops off about stuff that they simply don't know anything about. Again, it doesn't even have to be what I'm talking about. It could be something completely unrelated to the Manosphere. But there are plenty of people who want to go out there and opine about things they are confidently ignorant about. And I am at a point right now where it's like, I see this not even just in the Manosphere and the red pill sphere. I see it in other spheres as well. And it's sort of this, inter-brand competition. So how do you start a brand in the Manosphere? Well, you got two things. You can either align yourself with the Manosphere, or you can hate on it. And both of them are probably pretty equally profitable, depending on who you are and what you're talking about. So I constantly see this confident ignorance. So as you know, on this channel, while I'm doing my show, I'm a one-man show and have been so for a very long time. When I'm doing this show, I try to give you as many quotations, as many research articles, as many, citing my sources every single time. And it just doesn't matter, because 4 hours into a podcast where I'm still, by order of magnitude, refuting bullshit, doesn't make any difference, because those aren't the 30-second buzz clips that the kids all want to see. So the only thing I can do to really make rather than just give you like sizzle and steak, there has to be steak with the sizzle. Well, the steak side of things, the nutritional value of the rational male, has to be something that I can talk about from within the critique of this confident ignorance. So when people say, "Oh, you sound like you're defensive. You're trying to get your props for, I don't know, being in this crazy shit for 20 years." No, I don't care about props at this stage, but what I do care about is accuracy. And you've heard me rant on that, so I'm not going to ramble on that as well. But I think that in the quest for accuracy, in my obligation to objective objectivity, objective truth, it takes a while, and it takes a little. You've got to refute bullshit, and sometimes it's an order of magnitude. So I want to throw that out there before we get started, but I did want to start on this one first because I think it's important for people to understand sort of the public narrative that has been going on with respect to quote unquote, manosphere topics, red pill topics. And again, for lack of a better term, because and as you'll see in the video that I'm going to riff on here today, what I'm seeing is complete inaccuracies, but critics and pundits alike see the value in the topics that we have been talking about in this sphere. Well, in my case, for 20 some odd years, but I mean, let's just back it up. Just say 5 or 6 years, 6 or 7, somewhere around there. Let's just say since the Pat Campbell days. And we've been talking about this for forever. I remember when Pat Campbell called me up and said, "Hey, Rollo Tomasi." I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, I really need you on my show. You're gonna show up on my show on Friday. It's gonna be, sorry, you're gonna have to get up a little early, but it's gonna be at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Central Time. Can you do that? Which is, of course, like 6 a.m. my time, or something like close to it. I'm like, well, okay, yeah, this guy sounds like he really wants me on, so I could only say yes to Pat Campbell. And the reason why Pat wanted me on the show was because he saw value in what I was talking about back then. And I think right now a lot of non-manosphere channels, or certainly on the TradCon side of things, are seeing value in at least talking about the subjects that we've been talking about for 5 or 6 years, let's just say. And in some cases, even more than that. But when I see this, I only see half measures. I see confident ignorance. And even people who are like pro red pill, pro Andrew Tate, pro Kevin Samuels, pro FNF, they still lack accuracy. So when I get into what I do, I also have to remember that when I go on with, say, like Jedediah Bila, or I go on Adam Sosnick's show, or I go on Patrick Bet-David's show. Patrick Bet-David, by the way, has spent the last, week in Madrid because he got an exclusive interview with Andrew Tate post his canceling. Now, you got to remember that that's an expensive trip. You've got to fly your own happy ass out there. You got to fly. Adam Sosnick was with him, and then at least a two-man video team out there to go and do all of this kind of stuff. Because why? Because he sees value in the topics that Andrew Tate's been talking about really since, well, certainly on my show since 2017. So now people who are completely unaffiliated or unrelated, I can remember when, let's say even Hafiz and the Roommates guys were on Fresh and Fit, and they really wanted some of that red pill juice. They really wanted some of that clout, clout chasers and hellraisers. They really wanted some of that until they didn't, until aspects of it sort of didn't fit with their brand or their lifestyle, or one of them gets married, or they've got to pivot into something else. And now suddenly they regret actually having ever gone on the After Hour show. Or I know about those guys, right? And so then what happens is they build a brand off of being confidently ignorant in their criticisms of the red pill, of the manosphere. Michaela Peterson, right? Oh, those red pill guys. She understands the value of coming at incels, coming at the manosphere, coming at the red pill. She understands the value that's in this. She understands that clout is going to help build a brand that she's desperately trying to build in Miami right now. But is she going to be able to put together an entire show or an entire brand based on hating on the manosphere? Probably not, because she's only dipping one toe into the manosphere. Holoban, I see you there. What'd you say? When the red pill loses momentum in the mainstream, which I believe everything does, and I do too, you're 100% correct. What can we expect next? Will men struggle to keep it alive? Will the next gen be left with distorted infos? That's why I'm doing today's show. That's why I am trying to strive for accuracy. So at least there is some sort of authenticity or some legitimacy. When I wrote the player's handbook, it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to teach you how to do game. I'm going to teach you why these guys believe what they do, right? Why these guys practice these techniques. Why does a neg hit work? Why does a muse mastery work? It seems crazy. Why would anybody do that? It sounds like a pickup line. No, there's actually a method to the madness, but it seems counterintuitive to you because you're ignorant. You're ignorant of what was the interplay that was going on behind that technique. I'm not saying they're all going to work. I'm not saying they might work for one guy and not for this guy over here. But here's how we come to that effect. Here's how we come to this idea that command presence is something that women get off on, right? Girls in the UK not pushing the D. Yep. Yes, exactly. What is it? Why is it Brits? I don't understand. Why have I offended the crown? Oh, and then, hey, we got to give that up for the Queen. I was, by the way, if you didn't see it on Thursday, I did I think it was a 2-hour live stream with Troy Francis and James Tusk. And we're talking about dark triad personality traits, and dark game was the title of it. Go ahead and check that out. It's on my archives now. Okay. So do things come in cycles? Yes. And I fully expect that this like raging fanatical interest in red pill topics will most definitely wane, and probably next year, probably maybe halfway through next year, because at least in the United States anyways, the political cycle, the election year really starts about 18 months before the election. So I would expect to see more of these guys leaning back into cultural degeneracy or saving the West or what. And there's a little bit of, crossover between those two. I think it's a mistake to presume that the red pill is in any way political, not in the way that I have been going at it for 20 years, not in the way that Myron and Fresh go at it, not in the way that even Kevin Samuels went at it. I'm not even sure that Kevin Samuels, ever called himself red pill. I don't know. Male self-improvement. It sounds so much better than red pill. Shadow Lord, do you see the U.S. government making a push to intervene with relationships, marriages with the excuse of the birth rate decline? Not likely. Such as barring men from higher job opportunities unless in a relationship or a marriage. Which are actually, maybe you're, I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Shadow. But it's kind of like bachelor tax. The bachelor tax. You get more tax breaks or whatever when you, I thank you very much for that. That's what I was referring to. Do I want to do, I'll come back to that. A bachelor tax. I don't see any legislation going up about that at any time soon. However, I will say this is that I think that we're going to hear the rhetoric sort of ramp up a little bit more. We're already seeing this happen. We're already putting, again, you want me to do another show on responsibility and authority? The responsibility side of things, you're responsible to be married. You got to be responsible to do these things. Half of the reason there's such an interest in male self-improvement, for lack of a better, the red pill, the manosphere, male self-improvement sphere. The reason why it's a hot topic and everybody wants at least to have at least one, short about relationships. Suddenly everybody's a dating coach, right? Even freaking Matt Walsh and Candace Owens and, Ben Shapiro and God forbid, Dennis Prager is a dating coach all of a sudden, or we should, we should respect his authority on Andrew, his take on Andrew Tate. That right there, and now, again, I've done the video on this before, but that right there, the very fact that you've got a guy like Dennis Prager, whose entire brand has been built pretty much on the TradCon evangelical Christianity side of things. Again, not hating on anybody's religion, but if you're going to build your brand on that, and then you want to appeal to the kids by giving your hot take on an old video of Andrew Tate on Fresh and Fit, so that the young I don't even know how old that chick is, like 22, 24-year-old black girl who's running the show for them. We got to be hip. So let's get the old guy in here and see what he has to say about it. Let's build the brand for PragerU a little bit more by jumping on the Tate train. Same thing with Valuetainment. Jump on the Tate train. I'm Tucker Carlson. Jump on the Tate train. They better jump on it quick too. So very much, I would call this the James Damore effect. Once James Damore got canceled and he got like kicked out of Google, and you guys probably have no earthly clue who I'm talking about. Look up James Damore. All he did was circulate a memo or something at Google about how men and women are different. And here's the stats. What do we have to say about that? And that was on a user group or something that he was an employee for Google, and they fired him. They just kicked him off because they didn't like what he had to say. Well, I mean, that's technically a violation of his free speech, but then it's not, but then it is, but who knows and who cares, because you guys don't even remember who he is. So we get in these cycles of free speech. Great. We did the same thing. Do you guys even remember that Roosh wrote a book called Free Speech Isn't Free? No, you probably don't. You probably think of him as the quote unquote rape apologist, or the most notorious bad boy who turned into an Orthodox Christian guy and now lives in a shack somewhere and is growing his beard. So, when you see these guys come up, now Tate's the new hotness. I would almost argue that like Patrick Bet-David and Adam Sosnick are a little late to the party. The time to interview Andrew Tate was probably in July or August. I'm not really sure. I don't know what Andrew's going to do. I talk to him all the time. In fact, we were kind of texting back and forth before I did the Sartain show. Mike Sartain also knows Andrew pretty well, so I have a feeling he's probably going to make an appearance on that show, or our show, hopefully, when we get that show off the ground. So I do see a cycle, definitely cyclic. Do I see the government making a push to intervene? I don't think so, not yet, because to do so would step on the toes of women. To do so would in some way, let's say violate rights, but it would in some way limit women's hypergamous choosing, if that was the case. So I don't see any, legislatively, I don't. Socially, however, most likely, and I'll tell you what I mean by that in here a second here. Let me move down a little bit here. What do you got? Rollo, why do men like the guy on Bill Maher talk about all this 80-20 stuff as if women can fix this when we know this is a male problem to solve? Well, here we go. The problem with that is because guys like this, and by the way, his name was Professor Scott Galloway. Let me let's refresh that a little bit. Let's have a look at this again. Okay. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't do that, because I'm just going to get another strike on that, because I'm sure HBO really likes their material, and it's like Disney, so I'm probably going to get docked for that. But his name is Scott Galloway, and I actually looked him up right afterwards. He is what is he? He's a professor of something. He's one of these smart guys. So that was from the Bill Maher. Oh, here we go. Professor Galloway is product of big government. UCLA Berkeley professor of marketing. NYU Stern, right of center left, whatever the hell that means. He's got a book out called Adrift. I guess I give him a free plug, if nothing else, for making an appearance on my show. It is, what the hell is this thing about? I don't even know. He's a marketing guy. Let's just put it that way. But he's, his relating stats and figures that the Manosphere has been talking about forever. You want another example of people jumping in on, stuff we've been talking about? Now, Rollo must be that people are stepping on his toes. Oh, poor Rollo. That's not what today's show is about, or any other show for that matter. I want you to be aware of this crap, because when these guys suddenly pivot to politics or pivot to racism or pivot to the economy or pivot to whatever the hell the new hotness is after this, that's when you got to go, these guys really aren't all about that. These guys really aren't as genuine as they would like us to believe, because this is our topic. This is our niche, right? But clearly this is making a difference. Clearly these facts and these figures are unignorable. I've said this already before. It's like when Rollo Tomasi delivers exactly the same information, I'm a son of a bitch. I'm gleeful, right? Chris Williamson. I don't want that Rollo guy on here. He'll alienate half of my audience. How is Professor Scott Galloway not alienating half of Bill Maher's audience? How? Oh, he's got a prop. He's a professor at UCLA and Berkeley. Okay, so all right, fine. But I'm basically connecting the same dots that Scott has, and I've been doing it for quite some time right now. So it's not like, oh, I want to get on a show. I'm just saying, let's look at why this is now popular. Why is this the hotness now? Because we can't ignore articles just like this. Let's have a look here. Do you guys remember this? Let's have a look. Where did it go? Oh, yeah. Remember, this was making the rounds last month. Oh, yeah. The rise of lonely single men. I've seen more articles written about this, either, oh, poor men, or else it's, oh, well, if men just got off their asses and they did the emotional work and they worked on their trauma and went to therapy, then they wouldn't be lonely anymore. If they could just emote and be more like women, then they wouldn't be lonely. Remember this? You guys have to remember this. This was a huge story. Dating opportunity. In fact, the guy himself was making the rounds. Dating opportunities for heterosexual men are diminishing as relationship standards rise. Men represent approximately 62% of dating app users, lowering their chances for matches. No, that's just standard like distribution right there is what that is. But let's keep going. Men need to address skills deficits to meet their healthier relationship expectations. What did I say when I was telling you guys about these guys don't care? Guys like this, they don't give a shit about you. They don't care about men. They only want better men. They want to build better betas because they want to solve women's problems. They want you to be better to solve women's problems. They want you to be better so you're a better match for women, because that ought to be your goal. Right? Well, why isn't it? We've been talking about this since Helen Smith wrote Men on Strike way back in 2013, 2014. That's how long this discussion's been going on. Hell, I could even rewind it all the way to 2012 or 2010 when Hannah Rosen wrote The End of Men for The Atlantic. That's really, I kind of like mark that as like when all this shit started. This is not some shocking revelation. This is not some new hotness, really, if you think about it. But if we look at this, and let me see, where did I go? God damn it, I gotta find the, there it is. Okay. Men need to address skills deficits to meet their healthier relationships. Remember last week when I was looking at that one, or I showed that one video of that woman who was like actually commenting about this, and she's like, well, men need to do the emotional work and get their asses in therapy and, find some way to sort of, gaslight themselves or brainwash themselves or condition themselves to be more acceptable to me, because you got to be more interesting to me. As a guy, you got to be more interesting to me than how my interest as a person alone. And you want to talk like I like that. I wish I had that clip to show you again, but that was from last Sunday show. And when I watched it, I'm like, that is hubris on display. That is female gynocentric hubris. And I am sick to death when people, especially other men, white knight sons of bitches, cuttlefish, male feminists essentially come at me for educating guys and equipping guys for this new reality that we're in right now, and then not actually look or address or understand female hubris or gynocentrism. Oh, Rollo always talks about gynocentrism and femcentrism and blah, blah, blah. And when I get to Kidology here, you'll understand because she comes out exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Oh, they believe in this Illuminati, this fiendish society of women who are keeping the man down. Like, well, I can show it to you in increments in every article. I can show it to you in every news story. I can show it to you in every new legislation. I can show it to you in forgiving student debt. I can show it to you in in kicking back abortion to the states. I can show it to you in so many ways, but you don't want to hear it. You don't want to listen to it. You don't want to take it in like one at a time. Well, that's just damaged women. That's just students. That's just X, Y, and Z. That's just an individual thing. You have to look at the whole. Yeah, I am looking at the whole. That's the problem. The whole is all those articles and all those examples that I'm giving you. And this is one example. This one dude. So let's put My Huntington Beach comes out. Sorry. Younger and middle-aged men are the loneliest they've been in generations, and it's probably going to get worse. That's exactly what Professor Scott Galloway was just saying there, right? This is not my typical rosy view of relationships, but a reality nonetheless. Over the last 30 years, men have become a larger proportion of that growing group of long-term single people. Just say incel, dude. That's what you mean to say. It's okay. Just say incel because we know that's where you're at. And while you don't actually need to be in a relationship to be happy, okay, that right there, long-term happiness, that should tell you all you need to know about this guy. Typically are happy. Remember that from Zoolander? Healthier. Somebody give me that sound drop. I need some Zoolander sound drops. I need the crazy pills one and I need the happy one. Are happier, healthier when they're partnered. Not married, partnered. Actually, they're not. And I can show you the details on that as well. Here are the broad trends in relationship landscapes that suggest that heterosexual men are in for a rough road ahead. Dating apps, exactly what Professor Galloway was just talking about. Whether you're just starting to date or you recently divorced and dating again, dating apps are a huge driver of new romantic connections in the United States. No, actually, they're the only driver of new relationships. And unfortunately, they're also churn marketing. It's not in Tinder's best interest for you to find the love of your life. They want you to go through as many hookups as they possibly can to get you back into the system, back into the churn. The only problem is that upwards of 62% of users are men. Okay, why is that a problem? Of course, men are, because men are the ones who are performing. Men are the ones who are seeking. Women are the ones who are selecting. That's how I don't see how this is a revelation. And many women are overwhelmed by the number of options they have. Of course they are. And it's not just on dating sites. It's also on Instagram. It's also on every social media. Competition in online dating is fierce, and lucky in-person chance encounters with dreamy partner. Who the hell what man uses that language? Chance encounters with dreamy partners are rare than ever. Oh, my stars and garters. Oh, dreamy. Who is this written for? Who do you think this language? Who do you think? What's the character of this language? What's the character of this article here? Is it written for guys or is it written for women? Because really, I don't think guys are like reading this going, I better shape up. I better do something else because, I got to solve the little lady's problems. It seems like this is a real problem. No, that's for women. That's why the guy writes like that. And maybe it's the editor, but which would make it even worse. Let me continue here because I want to just get through these quick points here. Because he's not wrong, because the only way we really meet these days is online, is like virtually. And I warned you guys about this way back in The Rational Male in that chapter called Buffers. Remember what I said? Buffers and texting and all that stuff. And there's like the digital world is a buffer against rejection. Welcome to 2022, Rational Male readers. Here we go. Relationship standards. With so many options, it's not surprise options. There's really not many options, by the way. It's they're 4.5% of those guys are the options. It's not surprising that women are increasingly selective. No, they're just as selective as they've always been. It's just now they're spoiled for choice. I do a live TikTok show, which ought to tell you something. And speak with hundreds of audience members every week. I hear recurring dating themes from women between the ages of 25 and 45. They prefer men who are emotionally available, who are good communicators, who share their values. Well, what do you think they're going to say when they're in a public forum? You know what? I just want the hot guy in the foam cannon party to just like nail me to the bed and ride me to glory. I need a guy who's got six-pack abs. I need a guy who's 6 foot tall, which, by the way, I can show you the statistics that's actually what they're looking for, what they're seeking. You want to know why they can't find the right guy? Look at the criteria that they're putting on Hinge and Bumble and Tinder and seeking arrangements and God knows what else, right? We don't want to look at that. God forbid we look at what the little lady standards are. Oh, well, they're looking for a man who can really emote and be funny and likes puppy dogs and wants to go to Disneyland and like. You like rainbows? I like rainbows. No, that's not how things work, dumbass. And so the conversation you are having with all these women between 25 and 45 who are complaining about all this stuff is not reflective of the actual reality and the actual statistics that are down on the ground there. So that's that. Let's move on. The men they prefer emotional available or available. Dude, if emotional availability was good game, dudes would be getting laid like tile everywhere across planet Earth. Nothing would be easier. If that was all that was required of guys, nothing would get them laid. But here we see the top 10% of guys, like, I'm not saying monopolizing, but like we talk about like Scott Galloway here is like, 100% of women want the top 20% to 10% now, I would argue, of men. That's not because, there's not enough men who have made more of themselves. No, that's how hypergamy works. That's how the machine evolved, dumbass. Skills deficits. For men, this means relationship skills. Skills gap. Where are you going to learn those skills, by the way? What relationship skills are we even referring to? If not addressed, will likely lead to fewer dating opportunities and longer periods of being single. Okay, well, of course, if there's more single guys, does that mean there's more single women? There's less patience for poor communication skills today, such as texting, using a Tinder app in the first place. The problem for men is that emotional connection is the lifeblood of a healthy long-term love, and it requires the skills that families still are not consistently teaching young boys because they're all brought up by drill sergeants and teaching them that boys don't cry, right? Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Again, who is this being written for? For the men? Hey, men, here's a wake up call. This is not a wake up call for men. This is pandering to women is what this is. What you got here? Tate's guilty after proven innocent. Where there's smoke, there's fire. He hates women, so of course he hit her, and he has money, so he paid her. Okay. Got it. Thanks. Why is it that we pay more attention and we want to throw more heat at Andrew Tate for that one video that he did that seemed like he's going to say it was kink, right? He's going to say it was, and the girl, I forget her name, on the last video said, hey, look, it was us doing an act because that was what we were doing at the time. And granted, that was way back in 2015. Got it. But we're gonna hold him to the fire, but we're not gonna hold like Jack Murphy to the fire. Jack Murphy just goes away, right? Why are we taking one more serious than the other? Where was that heat back then, right? Let's see. Who also, by the way, has a pretty damning video here, the digital footprint, I guess. Let's see. Lord Panic, did I get to you? Yeah, here you are. Afternoon, Rollo, do you think women on some level of consciousness, thanks for using my words again. I say that a lot, sorry, but I mean, it's the only thing that serves, right? Understand how feminism ruined life for themselves, let alone society. Do I think that they do on whole? No. Because if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If you have, what is the analogy? A fish in water doesn't know that it's wet. This is just true of pretty much anything. You can't really appreciate something until that convenience or that, like, whatever it is that you're relying upon, you're dependent upon, is taken away. So no, unfortunately, most organisms, not just human beings, learn from, deficit, learn from scarcity, learn from pain, learn from punishment. I wish it wasn't that way, but that's the way it is. I wish everyone could just read a book and learn from it and avoid the pitfalls, but who am I? Hex monkey. That funky monkey. The copycat parrots jumping on the bandwagon is so cringe, but it also shows how much positive impact originals such as myself have had. Keep it up, Rollo. You're the GOAT. Thank you very much, Hex Monkey. I think I met you in Vegas, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. All right, here we go. Let's keep going. I got one more down here, two more down here. Sorry, I get monologuing and you guys get all whack. So I've got a new lease on life because of your books. Thank you very much, JM. My brother self-deleted. I'm sorry. Man down. Because he never knew your work. I wish I could have shared it with him, but I found it too late. I share it with anyone I can now. Sorry to hear that, brother. I've been through two of those, but so I can actually empathize. What do we got? Thank you very much for that. Whatever that was, a sticker. Was that a sticker? Maybe it was. Oh man, holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Maybe I should start using a different sound drop. Tricks or tips on gaming girls on antidepressants who are depressed and potentially have BPD. Same rules apply. Well, thank you for your 50 Canadian dollars, but the answer is very simple. Don't game girls who are antidepressants or have BPD. Stop it. Get out. Spend your time in a better way. You know what I'm going to say. You already know what's going to come out of my mouth. You don't need my permission to say, you know what? I'm better than that. I don't need to be with that. You're not anybody's savior. You're not anybody's therapist. I'm not even anybody's therapist. I'm your analyst. I'm not your therapist. Like, really, why would you want to? I think here's a better, Sergey, here's the better question. Why do you want to? You go, well, the pickings are so slim here in Canada, whatever you are, that I'm going to have to deal with a woman who's on depressant, on SSRIs. And I'm going to have to deal with BPD women. So maybe Rollo has some chapter in a book somewhere that talks about BPD. Well, yes, it's called The Player's Handbook. And you know what I say? Eject. Get out. Next. It's not hard. Wait, here's my advice. Wait, one more time. Yes, get out. I don't do prescriptions unless they're that easy. Okay. So just get out, dude. Do you think Steve Rogers, Captain America, transitioned from blue pill alpha to red pill after Captain America Civil War? Okay. So this is fiction. So take that with a grain of salt. I will say this, though. It's interesting to see the development of that character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because when he's unfrozen from the ice in the 21st century, he's very not, hey, I understood that reference. the development of that character goes from sort of naive, waif, blue pill, yeah, more or less. Does he get an education? Do you think he's harder at the end when he gets old and like he goes back in time because he wants to go back to what's her name? Agent Carter. What was her first name? I can't remember. Because that was his first love and he fell in love with her way back in the 40s, right? So where does he want to go? He wants to go back to the 40s, which is kind of telling. And again, this is me spitballing here. Kind of telling, considering that it's like, oh, well, there's this want for this romantic ideal of going back to the one that got away, literally in this case, back in the 40s, and to go and get married and have a good life. And then at the end of, I think it was Endgame, we're seeing how he, sort of went back in time just so he could have the perfect life with Peggy Carter. I'm ashamed to say I know her first name. Let's see. What else do we have here? Sergey, I got to you. Okay, good. We're caught up because I am about done with this narrative now. So I've already read to you The Rise of Single Men, right? Lonely single men. Actually, let me put that back up here just for a brief moment so you can see the, let's see where to go. Share the screen. So you can see the date on this. Okay, here's the date. The date was August 9th, 2022. If you would like to know who is sort of manipulating you, if you would like to know how profitable, how marketable the plight of men is, and the highlighting how bad the dating scene is. Oh, girls, don't worry, we're gonna pal around with this. Is basically like male feminists going, don't worry, girls, it's like Matt Hussey game. Don't worry, I'll talk to the guys and I'll make sure that those guys are a little more perfect for you. That's Matt Hussey game, right? Go and talk to like spinsters. Go talk to a room full of women who are like complaining about, oh, well, I couldn't find the right guy. How come there's no good guys? Matt Hussey, you're very cute and I want to look at you for an hour and a half. But could you please go tell those guys that you hang out with to like to man up and be more perfect and be a beta, build a better beta? Can you please be a beta with a side of alpha? Can you please go do that for us? Because that's essentially what all these guys are sort of jumping on there. And this is a prime example of it. So you've got this guy talking about the rise of single, lonely men. And then lo and behold, what's the next one here? Just at the end of that was the beginning of the month. At the end of the month, what do we see on Bloomberg? Well, let's have a look. Yes, Rollo. It is, here it is. Oh my goodness. Got it. Oh, can you see this? Oh, yeah. I'll put it up there. Women who stay single don't have kids are getting richer. Sounds like it's all freaking roses and coming up, sunshine and rainbows for women who are staying single. So guys, you're lonely, desperate incel losers, but women who are single, they're getting richer. They're living better lives. They're happier as a result of this. I had, let me see if I can find it. Mike Sartain sent me an article here. What was it? He said, okay, I'm going to rat you out here, Mike. It says, so there's one professor at the London School of Economics who put out a study in 2017 saying single childless women are the happiest subgroup of people. Have you seen this? Clearly I have. But by the way, the women who stay single and don't have kids are getting richer. That narrative has been around for a long time. In fact, you'll see it it's one thing if it's in Jezebel, it's another thing if it's in Bloomberg. Now, again, Bloomberg, very woke, very gynocentric, got it, understand. But who isn't, right? Clear, even Psychology Today, I could make by the way, Psychology Today is like the Walmart of psychology, aggregate blogs, just to let you guys know. Let's dig in just a little bit here because we got to see just how BI bitchin' women are who stay single. Foregoing marriage and parenthood has a bigger payoff for women than men, according to new research. Oh, really? Look, August 31st. Ashley Marrero isn't married and doesn't have kids. She has a message for women just like her. You can still have it all. Like that? You can still have it all. Wow. I wonder if Ashley Marrero has read Lean In by Sheryl Sandberg, because essentially that was the message in Lean In. The 43-year-old feels a deep sense of satisfaction from her job as a sales representative for a maker of medical devices. Ladies, if you're watching this, how satisfying does that sound to you? Is that what you aspire to, ladies? At 43, maybe Allie's watching. If you're like late 20, Torsha, whoever, if you're watching this right now and you're 27 years old, do you think that in the back of your head, maybe if I could be a sales rep for a medical device company, that sounds like that would be the most satisfying job I could possibly have. Yeah, I really want to do that. At 43, I hope I can get there. Man, we can have it all. Which brings her into contact with patients, and she relishes the lifestyle and financial freedoms that come with being single, a single child-free woman in a well-paying job that includes an apartment in New York City, a new beach house on the Jersey Shore, and frequent travel for pleasure as well as work. Damn, she must be making a lot of money as a sales rep for medical devices. I love my life and I feel very fulfilled, says Marrero, who froze her eggs in 2018. I wonder if that medical device company had in its, employee benefits package, freezing of your eggs. Who froze her eggs to keep her options open. Where have I heard that before? Where have we heard that it's not about career, it's about keeping your options open? I love children and I love all my friends' children, but I don't know if I would love my life with children. This is the message. This is Bloomberg, by the way. This just came out like last week. Marrero, okay, so median U.S. family wealth. Have a look at that. Wow. With children and without children. That's substantial. Single men, 59K. With children, 7. Well, I wonder why. Without children, there you go. Because you're not a resource drain, man. Single women, single men. Have a look. That was 2019, by the way. Marrero belongs to a growing cohort of women who are putting off motherhood foregoing it entirely. As a result, many are advancing their career or further their careers. No, they just can't find the right guys, according to Scott Galloway and according to what's his face in Psychology Today, because their single lonely men are everywhere and those guys aren't just not manning up. So is it focus on career, or is it focus on the fact that they can't find the right guy, or that maybe they turn themselves into the men that they want to marry? Okay, so then prior generations and entering into a new frontier of wealth. Single women without kids had an average of $65,000 in wealth in 2019, compared to $57,000 for a single child-free men, according to new research from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. For single mothers, the figure was only $7,000. So, did you get that? Single women without kids had an average of $65,000 in wealth, compared with $57,000 for a single child-free man. Got that? Where's the gender pay gap in that? So a single guy is going to, with no kids, is going to earn what, $8,000? Yeah, $8,000 less in the year of 2019, prior to COVID, than women. Wow, that seems horribly unfair. You know what? Maybe we need to get that. Those are brookie numbers. We need to get that up, man. We need to get these numbers going. So, anyways, I don't want to harp too much on this, but the you can see that. I mean, I can go through the statistics here. The long and the short of it is that this is a congratulatory, triumphal report on women staying single, whereas in Psychology Today, just about a month prior, they're telling men, you need to man up. You need to get better. You need to get good. Get better, motherfucker. Right? And so it goes through the marriage penalty. This is a pretty long article. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but you can go check that out on Bloomberg if you so desire. But what's the message? All they're doing is relating stats. All they're doing is connecting dots, just like Rollo Tomasi is. You just put it in a light that's flattering to women. And we say, men, you know what? You're single. Why is it that when women are 43 years old and they're sales reps at medical places, and a guy is 43 years old and he's in the same boat and he's doing pretty well for himself, how come we call that guy a son of a bitch or a kidult or prolonging his adolescence, or he ain't living himself right, or he's not taking on mature male responsibilities? We don't say that about men. We say that they're irresponsible. But for women, oh, she's focusing on her career. She froze her eggs because she's just so career-minded. Do you notice the difference? Because that's the message that's being thrown out there in a gynocentric social order. Men, bad. Women, good. Single women, better. Don't have babies. In fact, Tesla and probably Bloomberg and I know Morgan Stanley, Starbucks, they want to give you an abortion pass, an abortion passport. So you can, they'll give you a stipend to go, flush the kid in another state if, shit hits the fan, abortion wise. I just work here, man. I just work here. Thank you very much for that, my friend. I'll give you one of these. Thank you for your time, effort, observations, use of talent. Yes. Talent. Mission, message, etc. It was and continues to be eye-opening for me as a man and a father, life-changing and life-saving. Thank you very much, and thank you for saying that, because too often do I get mischaracterized as somebody who you shouldn't listen to. Too often I get characterized as, I can't advocate for him because he's going to teach you to be negative, and it's truthful anger. It's nice to see these, like, in any form. Thank you for that, Doug. So the next time, if you're a critic, you're coming at me, just remember this one right here. What else is there? Just checking in. I can confirm everything being said here is true relative to me. Thank you. Really? Did I make an accurate prediction or an accurate assessment? Well, because the little lady we're about to see doesn't think I'm very accurate. Matt Scrogan. Hi, Rollo. Busy now, so I'm going to catch the stream on replay. Thank you very much. On replay, but I'm new to your work in the last few months, and it's had a marked improvement on my life. I just wanted to get out a decent super chat to you. Thank you very much. In fact, you get one of these. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. If you haven't got, by the way, okay, so we're at the top of the hour right now. I will give you, before we jump into the next video, into the prime video here. And I'm sorry for, also the new Trial of Ascension slaps. Thank you very much. And would you be touring the new album in New Orleans or Austin? I'll get to that. I gotta do announcements here, but that's actually one of the announcements. Where'd you go? I'm glad you liked the album, by the way. Oh, and you know what's funny? And I don't know if this is, if Miguel's watching, by the way. When Miguel came to pick me up from the airport, Miguel, Dollar Cost Crypto, Hex Jesus. I'll just call him Hex Jesus. I could call him Miguelito. He's anything but little. He picks me up in his very nice car, and he has very eclectic taste in music. And so he listens to Johnny Cash, or he'll listen to Buddy Holly, or he'll listen to like oldies, or he'll listen to, gangster rap might be in there, right? Or R&B, standard stuff that, that you might hear in Miami. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere comes, I think it was Dominic. It was one of the songs off the new album from Trial of Ascension. I was thinking, did he put that in there just so I would like it, or is he really into it? And I asked him, he said, yeah, I love this stuff. So go get it. Hey, Rollo, when you type red pill on Google France, the first article translates to red pill, the extreme rightist movement, which exploits 4chan and Reddit memes to turn you into a neo-Nazi. Oh, great. Swell. Of course it does. Well, now you know who's controlling you. Do women actually indulge in the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, even when in a relationship to a beta who's unaware of the game? Okay, so I feel like it's incumbent upon me to answer this, but let me do the announcements first. I'll come back to you. So first and foremost, I'm working with Mike Sartain to develop a new show in Las Vegas. It will probably be a in-studio show. It'll probably be a panel show. We will probably have some very beautiful women on it to have a conversation with. It will not be like Fresh and Fit, just so you know. It will be more like more controlled. I don't think we'll have more than like 3 or 4 girls on at a time. And then we might not have any at all. We will probably have like other guests like, say, Justin Waller or whoever we want, whoever he thinks is interesting. It might even be Godsod. Hopefully, please. Hopefully it will be, well, wait a minute. Please, Godsod, come on our show. He's already had David Buss on his own show, which is interesting to me. Mike Sartain, if you haven't followed him, you should on Instagram, and you probably should go subscribe to him on YouTube as well. I have some big things in the works. I don't want to give away the pregnancy just yet. I don't want to sell the baby just yet, but we're developing a show. It will not be the Rational Male. It will not be the Mike Sartain show. Hopefully it'll be a standalone show, but it'll probably be at his studio. We've got a really good concept going right now. We're working really well together. We're coming up with topics, and he and I really clicked as sort of like a back and forth when we're talking, and I think it was a pretty entertaining show, quite honestly. So that'll be coming up. That's something that I've got. That's an iron I have in the fire right now, and I'm really excited about that. I am also doing quite a bit with the Red Pill Lions, my NFT. In October, I will be doing a full week with Kevin, Rocky, and we'll be going to a Golden Knights game with one of our NFT holders, which is coming up very, very soon. That community is exploding, and anybody who came at me for like, oh, you're a sellout, man, you got an NFT. You know what? We made good. What do you got to say now? What do you got to say? How you like me now? We're still here. It wasn't a rug pull. We're still doing. We have like what the unplanned benefit of all this was the Discord server for Red Pill Lions is exploding, and I'm like, I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm proud to be in all of this, and yet we're making good on all of our utilities. We are doing what we said we would do, and we're still continuing to do what we said we would do. And we're using this money to go and put it into masterclass videos. We're putting it into into documentary stuff where, we're going to probably be doing a lot of traveling next year. One of those destinations will, of course, be Istanbul in Turkey. So I can go and meet up with some of the guys, some of the, red pill of Turkish origin with Dr. Oz. That will be something that's coming up probably next year, probably beginning of next year. I want to say Q1, maybe Q2 of next year. Depends on weather, I guess. So I'll probably be doing something more with Dr. Oz in the future as well. Clearly, I'll be working with Kevin Savo and the Savo brothers, who are like my sons. And Torsha will be along for the ride. Sorry, not sorry. She's doing her own podcast, and she's really kind of developing things. And she's starting to kind of find her own niche. So I'm happy to be working with her as a protege, I guess. And so that's going on. And then I don't know if I should say this. I don't know if I should give this one away just yet. Well, actually, I didn't give it away. Justin Waller gave this away already. We have had in development a brand of bourbon that we're going to start collectively putting together. We're going to see if we can do something. And as you know, I have a background in wine and spirits. So we're talking about possibly doing our own brand of bourbon at this point. I think bourbon might be the way we do it. It might be, I could do vodka, but vodka is so impacted. A really good high-end, top-shelf bourbon. And I've got a lot of partners on board for that. So that's going to end up being it's definitely another iron that's in the fire that's coming up. But Vegas is going to be my main project. And I think you guys are going to really, really like that show. So there's that. Let's get back to what you were saying. Do women actually indulge in alpha fuck side of hypergamy, even when a relationship to a beta who's unaware of game? So you have to remember, and thank you, Glenn Lawrence, for going and bitch slapping Kevin Ray Wilder. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to Glenn Lawrence's channel and you'll get an idea of what's going on. He debated. It wasn't really much of a debate. It was just a lot of back and forth and straw manning, more or less. It was a lot of either or logical fallacies throughout the entire thing. So, but he did make a yeoman's effort, so I got to give big ups to Glenn for having done that. But one of the topics they talked about was, of course, Rollo says that, women are always hypergamous, and even if you have a good girlfriend, she's going to want to fuck the pool boy. No, I don't, asshole. In fact, I can show you article after article where I can show you the articles that are titled "Hypergamy is not a straitjacket," and I've done shows here. You are ignorant. You're part of the confidently ignorant fools that just want to come at me and build a brand off of me. So, to answer Wild Mario Park's question right here, no, hypergamy is not a straight. Hypergamy is a feature, not a bug, of human female nature. It can be bad, yes. If you're on the sharp end of that, absolutely. But if you're on the good end of it, you can leverage it. It's a benefit. So, do women actually indulge in the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, even in a relationship to a beta who's unaware of it? Yeah, they do. Because hypergamy is always on. It's this ambient subroutine that works in the back of every woman's processor. Okay, is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? You tell me, man. I just work here. How are you experiencing it? Are you able to make it work to your advantage, or have you been, on the sharp end of the hypergamy stick? It really comes down to all of that. Hypergamy is not a straitjacket. Also, the other thing people don't understand about hypergamy, by the way, is that it is malleable. There are variables that affect hypergamy. So a woman who is 23 years old is just as hypergamous as a woman who is 43 years old. The things that change is her ability to affect that. Just like our girl, whatever, in the, freezing her eggs here just a minute ago. Why did she have to freeze her eggs? Shouldn't she be able to fuck the pool boy and go and have whoever she wants? She just hasn't met the right guy. She's been too focused on her career. Does that make her any more or less hypergamous? No, because you're thinking of hypergamy in a sliding scale. That's not what hypergamy is. It's a constant subroutine going on in women's brains. So when a woman is 23 and a woman is 43, do you not think that the context and the manifestations and the way that a very attractive 23-year-old and a not so attractive 43, a less attractive 43, the same one, 43 years old, is going to manifest that hypergamy or have some control over that self-control over that hypergamy in a much different fashion? Don't you think that could possibly happen? With age, because as women age, their sexual market value decays. How does that affect hypergamy? How many times have I had this freaking conversation? And again, this is not directed at you, Wild Park. But when people criticize me and say, well, Rollo's encouraging the idea for these incels to think that they shouldn't get in a loving, wonderful, emotionally available relationship because hypergamy. No, dude. And I've written hundreds of articles about this. The reason I can speak knowledgeably about this right now is I feel like I'm repeating myself. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because you guys just don't get it. What is it going to take? Nothing, because the whole grift is to call me out and call me, say, hands all over words I utter. Change them into things you want to, like balls of clay. Put your hands away. That's the theme of today's show. No, dude, I didn't say that. And anybody who takes the time, the order of magnitude to refute your bullshit will know that you're full of shit. So cut the crap, man. And again, it's not you, well, not you. That you just sorry. Well, you know what? Thank you very much for that. I will give you a. There you go, Welb. Thank you for that. It's not directed at you. That's directed at the sphere, the stars. I'm shouting at clouds, right? Good for you, Ashley. Let me quote a wise man called Fresh Prince CEO. Stay over there. That was pretty good. I'm trying to get to all of your super chats because people were giving me grief. Oh, he doesn't read the $1 ones anymore. There's a reason for that. It slows the show down. Translated into feminist talk, single childless men earn 86 cents. Oh, thanks for doing the math. 86 cents for every dollar a single childless woman makes. How dare they? That sounds an awful lot like a gender pay gap of some sorts. Thank you for doing that work. Bravo. Wait.
Would you like to know more?
Yes, I would actually. Let's see. Keep going. Pick you. Okay, Sarah Davis. Here's that attention you wanted, Sarah. Here.
Finish her.
You get that because I'll finish you. Sarah's, oh, by the way, okay, let me introduce you all. This is Sarah. Sarah's one of my sister wives, along with Torsha, along with Echo, along with, I guess, Soralita. Congratulations. You're now part of the Sister Wife Club. Been watching you and your content for a while, but I'm still quite beta and very depressed. Okay. Just got your last book. Hope it helps. It will. It will give you actionable information. Would you be interested in having a conversation with John Pago about symbolism and empiricism? Yeah. I've heard the name before. So yeah, definitely. If you can set that up, I'd be happy to do it. Let's see. Does he want to debate me? All right, here we go. We're going to start this one out. This is going to be really good. So I apologize in advance, but here we go with feminist Brit chick from Kidology. That's not her name. Just don't go there, but here we go.
Things.com is an indefinitely on hiatus website.
And by indefinitely on hiatus, she means since 2018, 2017, 2018. Anyone using, by the way, God, I got to stop it right here from the beginning. That's your source? This is the Return of Kings that has been defunct since 2018. That's your source. So we're already off to a bad start. Sorry, young lady.
That once was at the center of the Manosphere. You can take your pick from articles titled...
Actually, it wasn't at the center of the Manosphere. That would have been probably like Chateau Artiste or maybe like Royce and DC. Trust me, I know. My blog was like the second most trafficked blog in the Manosphere. The Manosphere.
3 downsides of dating traditional women. Develop your discipline with this simple habit.
Okay, before we do that, let's have a look at this. Oh, look, September 24th, 2018. Right? Well, considering that the blog Return of Kings went defunct October 1st of 2018. Sorry, Kidology, but I'm fairly sure this is some dated material.
The habit being the Stoic-like philosophy of cold showers and its ability to build courage. To my all-time favorite, are you too agreeable? And this article makes the following and insightful declarations. When you're too agreeable of a person, you subject yourself to being a communal walking doormat.
Is it wrong?
Being a strong, no-nonsense alpha male will lend you better advancement opportunities and higher compensation.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing disagreeable.
Firstly, the combative, unfriendly, power-hungry woman achieves only a negligible increase in pay.
Yeah, we can see statistics for that, and there probably were in that article from 2018 you're referencing right now.
And effectively makes herself the most despised person in the workplace.
Yes, statistics show that even women hate working for other women. But like we've known this, well, clearly since 2018.
Disagreeable man is less inclined to waste time procuring for the approval and affections of peripheral figures who do little to benefit his purpose.
kind of wordy, but okay.
This article is a clear example of the modern men's self-help industrial complex.
Modern. No, where you're referencing articles from 5 to 6 years ago, Pumpkin. It's not modern, okay? But let's continue. We have to well, she's citing sources. At least you did that. Great. Your sources are completely outdated. And you want to go to Return of Kings as some sort of like authority on all of this. Roosh V of all sorts, who ran the site, right? Granted, it was an aggregate site. There's some good stuff on there, by the way. Just putting that out there.
Which encompasses a plethora of blogs, websites, forums, and videos, podcasts dedicated to...
Wait. Whoa. Slow up, man. Those little pop-ups were really kind of... What? Where? I saw a Red Pill Lions thing in there. Oh, my goodness. Who? What? Oh, wait. Let's go. Fortunately, I've done the work for you, gentlemen. This is going to be, maybe she put this up. She just put this up there. Wow, these are her sources, by the way. That was just the pop-up she'd just popped up there. Well, my books. Okay, I got it. Yeah, maybe you're right about that. So let's see. The Red Pill Journal, Taking the Red Pill. Because they, actually, hold on. Let me back it up just a touch here. Watch how fast these come up.
Self-help industrial complex, which encompasses a plethora of blogs, websites, forums, and videos, podcasts.
Okay, videos, podcast. Slow down there, Pumpkin. We need to see what those sources are. Well, fortunately, I did the screen cap for you last night. These are, okay, Myth of Male Power. Let's see, Red Pill. I don't even know what that is. No more Mr. Nice Guy and be the rational male that okay, so that right there is just a hack of mine. Let's see, she's throwing mine in there. Thank you for putting the most recent player's handbook on there, girlfriend. So, by the way, let's have a look at some of these wondrous, these are clearly sources we need to be, right? I mean, these are clearly sources we need to be concerned about. Well, let's go have a look, shall we, at these sources? Because she took the time to make that collage. I can't imagine that didn't take some time. So let's give that a bit more airtime here, Pumpkin. Here we go. Let's see. Which one should we start with? Let's see. Oh, that one would look pretty good. This is Swallowing the Red Pill. Look at that. Can you guys see this here? Yeah, you can. Good. Okay. So this was Swallowing the Red Pill. Is that it? Which one is that? Oh, no, that's, let's see. Oh, here it is. I got it. Okay. Swallowing the Red Pill, the shocking truth, I say, truth about the origin of life and the universe, circa 2018. Swallowing the Red Pill uses Neo's choice to take the red pill in the film The Matrix to challenge readers' questions, their deep assumptions about the nature of reality. The book tackles ultimate questions of how did the universe begin? Are living things designed? By exploring the answers offered by evolutionary biology and intelligent design. That doesn't sound like something that would be sort of, I don't know, influential in the manosphere. Maybe existential in the manosphere, but it's not influential. Bad example. Let's move on. Here we go. Well, maybe that was just a fluke. Let's see what we can find here. Oh, how about how about what was that other one? Was it this? No, I got to that one. And let's see. Oh, no, that's that. And this is, this was pretty good. Let's look at this. This is another one, Taking the Red Pill. Taking the Red Pill, the bitter truth, the red pill mind frame, and alpha male strategies to avoid female manipulation and deception in relationship and dating. Dude, as a self-publisher, I don't know who this guy is, DM Paul Smith. I have no idea who you are, but at the very least, your title's kind of wordy, bro. 3 ratings. But clearly, this is one of the most influential books in the manosphere, right? I mean, why else would it be on your show? Oh, let's look. Oh, a whole 79 pages. Good heavens. And it's ranked 211 in fatherhood and 322 in religious studies and science. Kind of look like maybe he picked up on like me putting my stuff into those. Oh, and let's see. Oh, January 2nd. 2022. When did religion come out? Okay. 3 reviews in over a year and a half. Probably not a good resource, Pumpkin. We're going to have to move on. Let's see if that one wasn't a good one. Let's see. I got that. I got this one. We already talked about that one. Here we go. Oh, you know what? Well, actually, let's do this one because this one is actually substantial. So let's have a look, shall we? Clearly, this is a modern assessment of the red pill, right? So one of my favorite authors and one of my favorite books, actually, by the way, The Myth of Male Power by Dr. Warren Farrell, who I would love to have on this show, and I would love to have him down in Vegas if he would. Warren, call me. So let's have a look, shall we? Okay. Pretty good. 355 ratings. Not bad, but probably because it was produced back in January 1st. Wow, on New Year's Day, 2011. Now, there's been updates, by the way. Yes, I'm aware of those. Okay. 355 ratings produced, and again, 5-star ratings, but really it's more about, let's see, challenges and notions that men have more power than women by showing that most men are not threatened by equality between the sexes. Okay, well, maybe you got a point there, but contemporary, modern, I've referenced The Myth of Male Power, at least on occasion, I think, but still pretty dated and predates even the seduction communities of, like, say, RSD or mystery method or alt-fast seduction. So you get a big L on that one as well. So clearly that's not contemporary. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go look and see this one. These ones are great here. What else? How about this was a really good one, right? Because everything's red pill now. Anything you put red pill on is automatically part of the manosphere, and it's automatically red pilled. Enough so that you'll go and put it on your quick hit on your thumbnail, right? Or whatever it was, your slides, right? Clearly it was important enough to make it, and this made the collage the red pill executive. My good, I've never even heard of this. What is this? 14 ratings. Hot damn. That's wow. It's better than the 79-page, shield book that we were just looking at. The executive red pill: transform operations and unlock the potential of corporate culture. No dating, no nothing about intersexual dynamics, no hypergamy, no alpha widows, no worry about single lonely men in here. Oh, what is this? Through 15 years of intense observation and analysis, Tony Grubel and Jeff Welch and Brian Wolbert of advisory services firm Think Systems Inc. Identified a powerful controlling force hiding in plain sight. They now reveal it: the red pill executive. That's nothing to do with intersexual dynamics. This is about, like, the red pill executive offers operating executives and small business owners fresh insight into the grooming of their frontline managers who carry out critical initiatives. That sounds like business speak. Man, what's his name? Josh Bernoff, who wrote Writing Without Bullshit, would have a field day with that one. Okay, but unrelated. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have no earthly idea where you pulled that one out of your ass, but thank you for making me aware of that, because it's another great example of when I say everybody wants to put red pill on something because they realize that by doing that, putting that in the title, it's going to rank on Amazon. Ask me how I know. Oh, and let's see. Okay, we got the executive. And do I need to go through the rest of these? Do I really? This one was pretty funny. I'll have to show you this one. Actually, there's a couple of these I got to show you. Okay, so these are the rest of them. I'll just whip through these real quick because you asked for it, baby. The red pill: no more Mr. Nice Guy. Be the rational male every woman wants. Where have I heard that before? The alpha male strategies on how to boost your confidence. Know what women want in a man. Oh, finally, we've got to a red pill book, right? With 40 ratings. Unless ratings, I don't know how many reviews it has. Know what women want in a man. Attract women and win girlfriends. Boy, they really covered all of their tag words in the title, didn't they? Steve Covey, bravo, my friend, bravo. Wait, here.
Flawless victory.
Okay. You're the first red pill book of all this, and it's 174 pages. Awesome, man. At least you did your work, right? But when was it published? Oh, November of 2020. Yet another. This isn't a book. This is a product, my friends. And then, last but not least, this for the icing on the cake. This was the here. I want to make sure you guys remember this. Okay, the last one on there, the Red Pill Journal. All right, that's got to be Red Pill, right? It has to be some fiendish Bible, some fiendish plot, some fiendish like diagram or blueprint of how to get chicks, right? Let's have a look at that. The Red Pill Bible. Awesome. Oh, look, the Red Pill Journal. Keep organized all your knowledge and studies about women, fitness, and life in general. What? No reviews. Came out in October 21st, 2020. The Red Pill Journal. What? I thought this was like the key to the universe. 110 pages. Wait. Oh, that's right. Ideal for all office, school, and home uses, including for taking notes and keeping work in order as a diary or journal for brainstorming ideas, creative writing, or just doodling and drawing to your heart's content. So, it's a no content book. Fantastic. That is fucking awesome, man. You're right. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be the plot. Seriously. These guys must be giving this out so you can write your lay count in the zero content book, which by the way is a huge hack these days. So off to a very, very bad start here with your quick hit slides there. Okay. You lose, ma'am. Wait, where'd it go? God damn it.
You lose. Good day, sir.
Yes. Here we go.
To men's issues and addressing them. According to the most extreme tenets of this men's-focused industrial complex, the modern world has revealed
men's focused. No, money focused, because we're putting red pill on damn near anything because we can do it on no content books.
itself to be intentionally gynocentric. Modern men are not only subservient to modern women, but in absolute terms have it the toughest.
But here's the problem that I have. Probably the number one problem I have with women is we want X, and by God, we're equal to you. Fine, I'm going to treat you as an equal. You know what men do? They tell you the goddamn truth and what they want.
With apologies to Aaron Clary. Sorry about this, man. This is what she chose. I wish I had you on here for this segment.
Right up front. That's right. I want you want me to be kind and civil and show up on time and be a doormat. All right, I will. Well, why are you sleeping again with T. Rash? Something happened. And so that's, he's a Pisces. Well, yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yes. You told guys X, and I'd say at least coming up on 3 generations of men pissed away their youth delivering X when they should have been hitting the gym or working hard or whatever else, and then they didn't reward the guy and like, oh, I don't know. And even honestly, I don't think women know what they want.
On the one hand, I think that the manosphere is a cause of its own explanations and
no, that's an explanation. First of all, first and foremost, to use Aaron in this, now Aaron, you're yes, they just made you famous in the UK, Aaron. I'm sorry, Cappy, I really am, and he's not gay.
Declarations. What I mean by this is, yes, modern men do have it tough, which is not to say that modern women don't have it tough from our particular vantage points who do little to benefit.
Wait, slow up here, sister. We gotta get through. Sorry, my bad. Throughout this entire video, she never says women. She says woman. She'll say men, but she says woman. I'm like, what? She's speaking in the plural, but she says woman. And I thought maybe it was just like a glitch. Like maybe she just like, oops, she misspoke. She says it throughout this whole thing. Why is that? It's an interesting sort of like, I don't know, vocal tick.
Sorely lacking. When it comes to the history of evolutionary psychology, for instance, there are far more predictors for what attracts women to men as opposed to what attracts men to women. That is.
Did you catch those? I didn't. Let's have a look at those. What the hell is she even using? Like, when you put shit on there that quick, you better expect.
What I mean by this is, yes, modern men do have it tough, which is not to say that modern women don't have it tough from our particular vantage.
Okay, but that's not what the Manosphere is about. You see, That's what I'm talking. I've said this a billion times. Whenever a man makes a point about an unflattering truth about women's nature, whenever a man says anything that in any way exposes women's nature, whether it's flattering or unflattering, right? Whenever that happens, women, the first thing out of women's mouth, yes, but men have it tough, but women have it tougher. We have it tough too. Yeah, but we're not talking about men, or we're talking about men right now. Quiet woman, men are speaking. That's really what I want to say to her. Quiet woman, men are speaking. Right? We're not talking about you now. Everybody, like when Glenn Lawrence was having it out with freaking Kevin Ray Wilder, he's talking about solipsism. God damn it, that's it right there. I can prove it to you in so many different ways. Why, like almost immediately, it is like a default setting. But women, no. And even Cappy will do the same thing. No, we're talking about men right now, not about women. Or we're talking about women right now and not about men. There's always this want to counterbalance it. There's always this want to either drag women's, plight, the plight of women, put the focus, reframe the conversation back on women. No, that's not how, because the conversation isn't about you. It's not about you. It's about whatever the hell we're talking about is what it is. Usually it's men. If we say women are like this and men are like this, or we say, here's the nature of women. Oh yeah. Ooh, men do it too. I don't care. That's not the conversation we're having. If you want to start a podcast and talk about how men do it too, go start your own fucking podcast. I'm good with that. I'll be happy to participate in it. But you know what I won't do? I won't go, well, men are like this, but women are like, when's the last time you've heard a guy go like, she's talking shit about men, but women do this too, blah, blah, blah. Like in a forum setting or all fresh and fit, like when you're live at the table kind of thing. When's the last time you hear that? Like, what's the default setting? Guys are just programmed to take it on the chin because we're there to protect and serve and provide, provisioning, protection, and parental investment, right? So we automatically, Myth of Male Power, awesome book, is a myth. But we're still supposed to believe we live in some horrible patriarchal society. And if we point out that no, here's the inconsistencies, here's the data, we can see it live in real time now in the social media age, the first default is, well, women this. I don't know. Shut up. No, we're talking about men right now. But that's how it's always this blank slate equalism. It's always a social constructionism. Well, but women this and men that, we have it tougher too. But that's not what the conversation's about.
Point. But dependable, neutral aid in dealing with modern men's issues is sorely lacking. When it comes to the history of evolutionary psychology, for instance, there are far more predictors for what attracts women to men, as opposed.
No, wait a minute. Let's have a look at that. Put that up. I have no earthly idea where she's coming up with these quotes. Okay, they just fly on and fly off like we're supposed to go. Oh, that backs up what you're saying. Got that? The commercialization of evolutionary psychology. Well, would you like to talk to Steve Stewart Williams? Because I can go and pick up all of the. In fact, I think I have them here. I can go and dig up all of the misguided criticisms of evolutionary psychology. In fact, I probably have to get into a few of those. Teaching men how to approach women they don't know is a $100 million industry. It is? According to who? We'll never know. Generally speaking, pickup artists prey on not only on their female targets, but on the insecure men who are their clients as well, charging them exorbitant fees for workshops and inculcating elementary quasi-psychological trick. Where from what journal? Where are you picking this stuff up from? Because I looked at the description of our video. There's nothing there.
To what attracts men to women. That is, there is more evidence and information available to men about what they are pursuing, but not nearly enough information about why they are pursuing in the first place.
No, that's all we talk about. That's literally all we fucking talk about. Like, why are you money, muscles, why? That's literally what we talk about. Clearly, you are ignorant and you are confident in your ignorance. and it's time to correct you.
Intricacies of their pursuer-like being, and importantly, how they can be the best pursuer in order to meet their particular needs. On
Their particular needs. Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Julia Childs, the particular needs are to have their cock sucked and anal sex. She could even make that sound like eloquent. I'm erudite. I'm an erudite feminist in the UK, just like Emma Thorne and Mooncat.
the online manosphere, at least, men are readily reduced to their sex drive and nothing else.
No, they're not. In fact, I get criticized for the presumption of that from men in the manosphere, or from my critics, my male critics in the manosphere. No, that's not what it's about. Money, muscles, game, right? Remember when we had this conversation, like literally in the manosphere, it's don't chase women, chase excellence. How many times have I had to go into detail about that? You don't know what you're talking about. You have no effing
Focus
clue.
is literally reducing men to their sex drive and how best to deal with it when it is confronted by a gynocentric world order. The emphasis...
Yeah, as we just saw, as our good friend Scott Galloway just said. So even if I concede a point there, yeah, but look at the stats, look at the numbers there.
Is always on how to get the woman or woman that you desire. And this is based entirely on a negligent and profitable misuse of data and statistics. This means that
such as
the propagated way to get woman is riddled down to
get woman. There it is again. Get women. Dear. Pronouns. Use your goddamn pronouns. Women. Plural.
its biological core without any consideration for the cultural, the social, and the spiritual, as well as the...
Oh, well, we got to mix that up in there too. No, literally, I've written a book on the spiritual. I've written a book on the social, the positive masculinity. I've written a book on every single one of those topics you say is not addressed. Every one.
Emotional factors which build up around that core and have since history immemorial.
Oh, let's show the bodybuilding here, because that is men being vain, right? The commercialization of evolutionary psychology profits off generalizing men and their insecurities, because we're all insecure, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, would you say Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's from Pumping Iron, would you say Arnold Schwarzenegger is an insecure male? Because she's paired him up, that imagery, with men are we're playing on insecurities.
Now, the important thing with evolutionary psychology, which most definitely is not taken seriously or considered thoroughly by the generic manosphere, is that...
What? I'm sorry, what? Not taken seriously by the manosphere. My dear, that's all I talk about. I would love to have Dr. David Buss in here. I would love to have God Sod here. I quote them on every single show. Every single show. I still have them in my what is this not? Rolf Dean, he's quotes evolutionary psychologists. I got Rob Henderson in here. Is he not good enough for you? Who's good enough for you? Right? Every single show. You use my book, so clearly I'm an example here. Every single show in religion, the most sources cited book I've ever written. Even in the Player's Handbook, I cite evolutionary psychology. We take it seriously, dear. Seriously. You don't know what you're talking about.
Evolutionary psychology merely puts into data and comprehensible information that which is already there. It does...
What? What? Merely puts into... Hey, let's see if I can go back a little bit.
Puts into data and comprehensible information that which is already there.
Are you like reading that from something? Because it looks like she's like reading it from the screen. Because that like makes like no, like, is that a cogent sentence even?
Does not then provide normative explanations for its observations.
No, it actually does provide. You know, here's the thing: is the thing that pisses women off is that it asks the wrong questions. So a guy like Rollo Tomasi can come around and connect the dots. As I was telling Mike Sartain on Friday, I'm glad he did. I'm glad he confronted me about this because I was ready to say something too. When I have been critical of Dr. David Buss, especially for his latest book, which is Men Behaving Badly, it was written in such a way that the only conclusion you can come to is that men needed pretty much the same thing that the guy in Psychology Today said. Men need to do better. We need to train our boys to be better men. We need to train them to be, better servants for the female imperative, essentially, is what it comes down to. And he's got nothing good to say about the Manosphere or me or anybody else for that matter. But the fact of the matter is, and I had this conversation with Mike as well, is that, these guys are beholden to a tenureship. They're beholden to a commercial interest in not alienating 50% of their audience. You go and you name a book, Men Behaving Badly, and you say, and your girlfriends go, hey, finally, psychologist tells us that men are really assholes. And we're right. Now that's not exactly what it says, of course, but that's the impression. Of course, nobody reads anyways. But let's look at this. I actually pulled this one up here too, so I'm going to let you see this because this flies on and flies off so damn quick that I needed to put this out there. Evolutionary starting point: a woman looks for a mate who can provide security, protection, and for her offspring. Actually, it's provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Ergo, her offspring. How many times have you heard me say the 3 Ps? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment on this show. Yes, you're right. The evolutionary starting point. The normative assumption from the starting point. Women are materialistic. Women are gold diggers. No, those are not the normative presumptions. It's only provisioning, protection, and parental investment. That's what we talk about. How that's translated. Yes. Are there women who are gold diggers that use that? Are they solipsistic innately? Yes. Can they use that to their own advantage? Can they leverage it? They've been doing it for a very long time. Are all women like that? No. It's not that any woman will, it's that any woman can. That's what we talk about. Men need to become alpha males to to attract abundance to themselves. Yeah, okay, and that's to what? To forestall the gold diggers? No, that's not what it's about. Women are only attracted to strong men, not to pussies and soft boys. Yeah, and like it. Yeah, explain that one to me. But the thing that gets me is like the presumption is that we don't talk about, and again, that's the beta buck side of hypergamy. We say this all the time. We also say there's alpha fucks, but you don't go on. But the problem, you want to know, the main problem I have with Dr. Jordan Peterson, with David Buss, and certainly Jeff Miller, is the fact that they only focus on one side of hypergamy. Beta bucks, because that's the only side that they can stay on to turn into Matt Hussey, to turn into the guy who's going to build a better beta. Well, how do we build a better beta? We get men to focus primarily on the beta buck side of hypergamy, because we need men to be better men so that they're a better choice when women are finally done in their hoe phase and they're done with the hot guy in the foam cannon party. And now here you come, beta with the side of alpha. No, we talk about this all the time. You don't know what you're talking about.
Manosphere, on the other hand, does just that. Men are sexual beings and therefore ought to mate with multiple women throughout their lives, because that
ought to mate with multiple women. There it is again.
Is truly what men.
Okay, so that's like the 5th time she said woman instead of like pluralizing it. Is that like I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Is that like a gender pronoun thing? I'm not really even sure.
Want to do.
Women have a very strong proclivity to have the best guy that they can get, right? That satisfy that hypergamous need.
I love it when Myron uses words like proclivity, because I know where he's getting that from.
Need to get the best guy that they can get. Once they feel that that's fulfilled, well, I don't need any of these other motherfuckers because this guy provides me everything I need. But with the guy, if he could have the baddest chick ever, he's still gonna want to have with other women. So think about this: the female sexual strategy is a
Okay, she's doing jump cuts here in a big way, because if it seems like he's stuttering, he's not stuttering. She's actually done jump cuts here.
She has the best guy to herself, at least providing security. With the guy, though, he's not fulfilling his sexual need, which is, I want to have sex with as many women as possible, right? That's what guys want. Men want variety. I don't care what any girl says. You take the most attractive woman, he's still going to want more girls. You look at a music video, there's a reason why they have girls of different colors, shapes, and sizes. Men want sexual abundance. That is their innate need. So my thing is this: if woman gets the best guy that she can get and her sexual strategy accomplished, why is it that we shun guys from going ahead and wanting to have their sexual strategy accomplished and having multiple women? And of course, if they participate in a safe way, the girl is still taken care of, whatever. I don't see an issue with it.
The most recent research into the differences between men and women in their intimate
men and women. What the fuck, man? Is this a British thing?
relationships is important in answering the question why men find intimate relationships so hard. It shows
That's absolutely immaterial, irrespective of the point Myron was making. Oh, why do they find it so hard to make it must be these fiendish pickup artists, of course, right? But like, why do they find it so hard to have these emotional relationships? Well, first of all, we can delve into the differences in brain architecture and how women prioritize emotion and men prioritize reason, and vice, then opposite. But we could talk about that, but that's absolutely not what Myron was talking about. Myron was just expressing men's innate mating strategy. Women's innate mating strategy, hypergamy. I don't need to get in that. Men's innate mating strategy, unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. That's what he was more. I mean, he was trying to. He was explaining this to Destiny like it was the first time he'd ever heard it. And maybe it was, but what he was saying has absolutely nothing to do with what she's getting, what she's trying to express right here. I'm like, that's because your priority. You think that those guys ought to solve your problem as a woman. As I don't even know how old you are, right? I mean, whatever. By the way, I did watch some other videos, and she was just on a breakup with some guy like not too long, probably 6 months ago. And I'm like, I had to like stop for a second because I didn't know if I wanted to do this video if this was just like a bitter bitch that was saying, well, my boyfriend left me because he started reading the Rational Mail or something like that. So I had to like back up off of that, but maybe that's the case, maybe it's not. But it's interesting to see the depth and the intensity, let's just say, of doing a video like this, which is clearly not well researched whatsoever. But again, that had nothing to do with what Myron was saying. Oh, men are sexual beings. Yeah, we are. Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Don't believe me? Well, how about why is pornography free? Why is online streaming 4K pornography free? Because it offers vicariously, it offers unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. What do you have to say to that, Data? I don't even have to have data for that. Clearly, that's the reason. Clearly, we have, go to Pornhub's blog site and look at their stats. I just work here, man. You tell me. Am I wrong about that? Well, men should want these emotionally satisfying relationships because that's what all women want in the end. And I'm not saying that's not a bad, end result, but we're talking about Myron was talking about men's nature.
Suppose, for instance, that gift giving has a negative effect and is not looked on positively by women looking to pursue a long-term relationship with a male partner.
With a male partner. Oh, maybe that explains it.
Evolutionary psychologists have established that for modern women, it is the similarity in financial potential, that is the work ethic and maturity which underpin the importance of long-term security and reliability, outgoingness, dependability, and
because you're focusing on one side of your own damn mating strategy. She's doing exactly what I criticize Dr. David Buss, Jordan Peterson, Jeff Miller, I think who else? Steven Pinker. If you saw the Mike Sartain show that I was on, I think I listed most of these guys for the same reason, right? They only focus like when like whether and guys top notch, like top level, top tier, god tier, evolutionary psychologists. All of them do, with maybe the exception of like Gad Saad. Not to my knowledge anyways, but most of these guys, when they're talking about female nature, when they even utter the word hypergamy, they only utter it in the sense, in the context, in the way that it serves women's long-term security interests, which is the beta buck side of hypergamy. According to Jordan Peterson, according to David Buss, according to Steven Pinker, the only side of there is no hypergamy really. It's just like long-term interest. It's just like, and she was just criticizing the fact that guys would want to prepare themselves to be. I mean, don't we want like economically attractive men? Wasn't that what you were just saying 5 minutes ago? And you're going to criticize them for that. But then it's like here we're seeing that that's pretty much what women want in a long-term partner, but they want that emotional availability too. But yeah, that there's two sides to it. It's dualistic. There's the alpha fuck side that nobody but me is talking about. Well, nobody but the Manosphere and Red Pill are talking about. But we want to talk. If you ask any of those top-notch, top-tier, god-tier psychologists, their only definition of hypergamy is beta bucks, provisioning, protection, and parental investment, because that's the side that is complementary to women's nature. It's not the hot guy in the foam cannon party. It's not the hoe phase. It's not the reason why seeking arrangements and Tinder and Bumble and Hinge are so popular. Oh my gosh, I can't like Scott Galloway was just saying. Oh, women online are only looking for the top 10% of guys. That's not a guy problem. That's a woman problem. Actually, I shouldn't say that. It's not a problem for women. It's a feature, not a bug. And guys are trying to figure out how to go about being that guy, how to be a high value guy, how to be a top tier guy, because clearly statistics indicate that that's what you're after. 6 foot tall. Hell, I mean, even on the filters for height, 6 foot is like overwhelmingly what women put on Tinder. And they knock themselves out of they knock themselves out of 15%. I believe it's 15% of men are like above 6 foot. Last I remember. But if that's the filter you're putting on, well, I only want to meet guys who are 6 foot tall. Well, congratulations. You got 15% of men to choose from. And guess what? All the girls who are online doing the same thing, they're your competition now, man. It's not about emotional availability. It's not about humor and investment. And no. Apparently it's about 6 foot tall, because that's the filter. That's what they put on. I just work here, man. I'm reporting the fucking news. You can't come at me for just reporting the data.
Kindness of a male partner, which best predict intimacy success in the long term.
Yes, of course. The long term. But we're dating in the short term. You still got to get from point A to point B. You don't get to the long term until you go through the short term. Yeah, I like fucking this bitch. I think I want to live with her. People gave me so much shit when I put out the desire dynamic, which by the way I have up here because she's going to criticize me on it here in just a second. But I think it was Iron Wolf Tomasi number 3. Everybody gives me grief. I could do a full episode on that. And yes, you are 100%. You are 4.5%. Exactly. Of course, those stats never make it into this equation. Those stats don't even make it into Scott Galloway, who's on his ball, who's on his numbers. He should have said 4.5%. Steve Stewart Williams, he'll say 4.5%. That's why I got a lot of respect for him. What does that mean? Well, we'll get to that later on. But the 80-20 rule. God damn it. Get it fucking right. 100% of women want to get with the top 20, at the very least, consider the top 20% of guys. They'll do 80%. I saw Torsha did a breakdown video of Ruslan and some fat guy that was on his show. And they're just, it is, man, let me tell you, like hating from outside the club. It was pretty funny. If you haven't seen it, I don't care what you think about Tori, but like that was a pretty fucking funny episode. But there was a breakdown in there where they're talking about like the 80-20 rule. And of course they butcher it. Oh yeah. 80% of guys are fucking 20% of women. And like, no, dude, can we please at the very, I don't ask for much. If I want to ask for one thing, like there's so many inaccuracies here. There's like, again, I'm refuting bullshit, right? There's so many inaccuracies. If you just get one thing right, get the 80-20 rule right. So you can at least have the conversation, because when you don't get that right, it shows me you don't know what you're talking about. You're confidently ignorant, because that's not what the 80-20 rule is.
Interestingly, the effect for gift giving was negative. The more importance placed on gift giving, the less intimate the relationship was. This might reflect the fact that well-established relationships do not require monetary reinforcement, even though this is important for weak or unstable relationships. Conversely, the more emphasis placed on mutual support as a means of maintaining the relationship, the more intimate that relationship was. Yet,
So, paying the bills, provisioning, protection, and parental investment, the beta buck side of hypergamy that everybody in the Manosphere talks about, in addition to alpha fucks. So all that is very important. Yep. Congratulations. Golf clap. Bravo. You figured something out. Gift giving. Yeah, of course. What's the first? What do we say? Don't give gifts. Of course we say that. Like I should say we don't. You only give gifts to reinforce desired behavior. So flowers come after she gave you the best blowjob you've ever had, right? Gifts come on significant occasions. Gifts come. I'm not saying don't give compliments. I'm not saying don't give gifts, right? But what happens, and she just confirms what the Manosphere says, is if you're just throwing flowers and throwing candy and throwing, Valentine's Day cards and date nights and all this other crap, if you keep throwing that out you're inundating women with reward after, because that's what they are, reward after reward after reward. They're cheap. They don't care. Of course they don't work. It's like the thing is, if you see, ladies, if you're watching, any females in the audience, any females watching this right now, if you are in the office and it's not Valentine's Day and it's not an anniversary and it's not a birthday, just randomly out of the blue, flowers show up from 1-800-Flowers, boom, there it is, big old bouquet of like flowers for no reason whatsoever from Carol's boyfriend or whatever. What's the first thing you think? He must have fucked up. He must have done something really bad to earn that kind. Like, it's a makeup thing. That's what women think of when they have a flower suddenly show up on their desk unannounced. And I'm not saying the woman herself. I'm saying all the women that are in the vicinity go, boy, he must have cheated really good for her to get that. Like, that's the presumption. It's to make up for fucking up. That's what it is. That's what gifts are. That's how women view gifts. Compliments. Oh, well, if you give compliments, she's going to get, you want to know why neg hits work? That's why, right? I mean, because it's the purple cow theory. If you're just, can I buy you a drink? And there's a billion other guys that went and tried to buy her a drink, right? You're just one more face in the crowd. Oh, can I, you're so beautiful. Guys who are alphas who have options don't just throw out compliments. Women never compliment men. We don't. Why? It's funny that never comes back around. I heard that conversation, by the way. That was on whatever podcast they were talking about, like compliments between men and women, and they were, to his credit, I forget the guy's name, but he was asking his panel of girls on there. He said, "When's the last time you gave a compliment to a guy?" Literally none of them could think of like when the last time they gave a compliment to the guy. And I'm like, yeah, because when a woman gives a compliment to a guy, then it seems like she's interested. It's an indicator of interest. Wow, you're really looking sharp today, Rollo. Oh, really? Does that mean there's a chance? You mean there's a chance? Like, that's, of course, of course they don't want to give out, just throw out compliments wantonly, because it seems like interest, an indicator of interest. Men compliment women. Women do not compliment men unless the dude is so high value that she can't help herself but what is that overbite? Like, like what was, I forget that the girl was the girl who's in The Witcher. I can't remember, but they were doing an interview of her, and she kept looking at Henry Cavill, high value dude, good looking motherfucker, right? She's like, and I love it when like women do that. You can see that they're sort of mooning at the guy, and then the camera comes to them and they realize the camera's on them, like, like that. So that's a compliment. That's really a compliment for a guy. For a woman to get caught like sort of like mooning a guy, and I don't mean mooning, I mean like just sort of like, gaze at the female gaze at that guy, that's a compliment. But we don't bring that back around. We don't bring that 100% around. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Compliments are just compliments. It means they're not, compliments are like candy, like little bits of candy. Whereas like having a relationship, having like mutual support and love and being funny and having all these great value added aspects to your personality as a man. Yeah, of course. What's the first thing I say? I just had this conversation not too long ago. If you got a woman who's a 6 and you got another guy who's a 6, women don't want a lateral shift when it comes to hypergamy. They want something that's better than what they really deserve, right? Or they think they deserve. So if there's a guy who's a 6 and a woman who's a 6, the guy who's the 6, he better have some value added. Well, what's that value? He's got to be funny. He's got to love his mom. He's got to like puppy dogs. He's got to want kids. He's got to have a good job. He's got to make, 6-figure income, 666. You got to make 6-figure income to make up for the fact that she's a 6 and he's a 6. And if he wants to like sort of like in some way compensate for that deficit of not being a 7, there's got to be value added that's added to that. What is that? That's something that's sustained long-term security. Well, you make a good bet. Yeah. Well, because at some point, she being a 6, she'll drop to a 5. And maybe he's going to go to a 7 if she makes a good bet, right? So now she's got an even better differential because she bet on the guy who had value added, but she still has to get over herself because the 6 is still not as hot and fun and exciting as the guy she had in her hoe phase. That's what we talk about. Would you like an education? So the next video you talk about this shit, you will be at least somewhat informed.
To the manosphere, women are quite literally aroused by cold hard cash, or women.
No, they're quite literally aroused by guys who are ripped and guys who are very good looking. Really, really ridiculously good looking. Because you don't get to the point of resource unless you're buying a hooker. You don't get to that point unless there is initial arousal. Get your goddamn terms straight. Attraction is not arousal. Arousal is not attraction. Those are two different things.
Can be tricked by men, specifically rational men, right, into, and I quote, thinking that real desire is something she wants.
All right, now we get to the main event, guys. Thinking that real desire is something she wants and not something she has to do. Oh, really? Seems like you took that one out of context. Well, fortunately, you have the author of the book right here, which, of course, this is straight out of my first book. I should hit her for copyright for this, but I won't. Oh, let's see. Is it this one? There we go. This is straight out of the desire dynamic. I'll show you the whole article here in just a moment, but this was actually the full context of this right here. Thinking that real desire is something she really wants, not something she has to do. Oh, well, let's read that in context. Whether LTR, long-term relationship, or one-night stand, strive for genuine desire in your relationships. Sounds like genuine desire. Half the battle is knowing you want to be with a woman who wants to please you, not one who feels obligated to you. Would you disagree with me? Do you disagree? Am I speaking Swahili? Am I speaking Chinese here? Okay, well, if you take this in context, let's have a look. You will never draw this genuine desire from her by overt means. You mean like paying, like leading with your wallet? But you can covertly lead her to this genuine desire. The desire dynamic, gentlemen. Would you like me to read the whole damn thing? I'll show you where it's coming from. The trick in provoking real desire is keeping her ignorant of your intent to provoke it, right? Because women don't want to be told they're playing a game. They want to play the game. They don't want you to talk about it. It's the observer effect. Observing a process changes the process. The reason this paragraph is here is because so many guys are like, well, how do I prompt a genuine desire, Rollo? There's plenty of ways to prompt it. You just don't, it's like leading the witness, right? If she's not hot for you, if she's not aroused by you, and there's no genuine desire, then none of that, there's no tricking involved. But if you are leading the conversation, if you're using game, if you are in any way a high value guy, you still have to have the social skills to demonstrate, not explicate. That's where that comes from, by the way. That you are that you are a high value guy, right? You shouldn't have to explain that, but in some terms, in some ways, you still have to have the value added that comes along with you being whatever she's pegged you at on the sociosexual hierarchies. So here we go. The trick is and then real desire is created by her thinking it's something she wants, not something she has to do. Once again, let's start here. You won't see this on her video. You cannot negotiate genuine desire. Straight out of the Rational Male 2013. I don't think I need to remind anyone in this audience what I'm talking about. But when you take it out of context, deliberately, I have to repeat that stupidity is forgivable, but ignorance is malice. Ignorance is malice. You're not ignorant. You're not stupid, dear. You're ignorant. And you're maliciously ignorant. You're willfully, deliberately ignorant. Quote the whole thing or don't quote it at all. You want to talk, the Manosphere doesn't quote, they don't really talk about the opposite side of things. No. And you do. Really? Let's keep going.
Not something she has to do. All of this is based around the generic
Now we brought to bring back Arnold again, because here we go with the insecurities.
Manosphere's fixation, not really with men and their well-being, but with a very generic and deductively reasoned rationale of a woman and how to get laid by them, whether it be in the context of marriage, monogamous pairings, or in a far more Nietzschean sense, taking the red pill and realizing man's true game.
Here we go. Now we get to the next one. Here's the meat. Man's true game-driven emancipation from the control that femcentrism and the female imperative has maintained for so long. So this is going to be like her declaration of the fact that like men think there is some sinister Svengali puppet master women that are out there just to get this, like the Illuminati of women, right? No, dear. Let's once again have a look at the real quote here. Straight out of the Rational Male once again. So clearly she knows who I am. Clearly she's not stupid. She is willfully ignorant. I'll tell you why. This brings us to game as we know it today. Game is still evolving, and had I the prescience to see where it will go, sorry, I used a big word, we'll go next, I would venture that it will come to a real emancipation with the FI, feminine imperative. Not an emancipation from women, but an emancipation from their imperative, gynocentrism. Not a men going their own way negligence of women in the hope that they'll come around to behaving as men would like, being given no other choice, but a true game-driven emancipation from the control that femcentrism has maintained for so long. What am I saying right there? I'll tell you what I'm saying. Put me back in. Okay. Exactly what I've been talking about when I look at all these tradcons coming up saying that they want men to be better. They want the lonely men, the lonely single men. We got to get these guys to get off their asses and be better because we need them to be better. For what? For women, to solve women's problems, because we live in a what, children? In a gynocentric social order that needs men to be more responsible, because if they're not responsible, then women can't live out. Then women are 43 years old, working for a medical supply store and have a very fulfilled life, because apparently they're living the good life and men are just like these lazy fucks. And there's only 10% of them that are worth a shit online. That's exactly what I predicted back in 2013. They don't care about you. These guys who are like you, all these guys are dipping their toes in the manosphere. They're not concerned about you. They're not concerned about the state of men. They're not concerned that you're killing yourself at 3.5 to 5 times the rate of women. They don't give two fucking shits about that. But they are concerned about the little ladies not being able to, or the little ladies having to freeze their eggs because they just can't find the right guy. The right one hasn't just shown up. They don't have any, they won't, God forbid, they would ever say what Rollo Tomasi says, right? That God forbid they would ever say that women have become the men that they wanted to marry. And again, that's not even me. I'm paraphrasing Gloria Steinem from 1974. That's how old this shit is. So don't give me any grief about like, oh, the feminine imperative, gynocentrism. Yeah, because it's everywhere. We've called it the Matrix for God knows how long. Even Tate refers to, like broadly as the Matrix. Thank you, Tate, for doing that, right? That's why they call it the red pill in the first place. But God damn it, you are not stupid. In fact, this right here is deliberate. This is just malice is what this is. This is deliberate ignorance, willful ignorance, willfully not putting anything into context. So when I complain about how I go on these debates or I go on these shows and I go for 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever, and it's only there to generate a 30-second, 45-second, 1 minute buzz clip. That's the buzz clip I'm talking about. So when we get the TLDR generation who only sees that, they go, oh man, I hate Andrew Tate. That's how you get all those chicks in, it wasn't Central Park, it was somewhere else. I figured that one out, right? But you go and you poll women on the streets and they have this visceral, violent reaction to even the name Andrew Tate. Not because they've ever seen anything, they haven't seen the long form videos. They've only seen what their girlfriends sent to them. 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Hey, I think women should be in the kitchen. How dare he? I can't believe anyone would say that. And in my best how dare you? My best British accent. How dare you? Oh, Gloria.
Driven emancipation from the control that femme-centrism and the female imperative has maintained for so long. This is all very well and good, and I can actually understand why the manosphere and its rhetoric is so in vogue. When it comes to women, the wellness industrial
Okay, it's not in vogue. It's been around forever. Pumpkin
complex serves the exact same purpose, and that purpose is onefold. When it comes to overwhelmingly men and the manosphere, and or overwhelmingly women and the wellness industry, both represent major distrust in modern society and what it vainly offers. Wellness distrusts modern medicine and science, and it fosters a sense of agency among its primary customer base, women. The manosphere distrusts everything modern and fosters a sense of agency among its primary customer base.
Do you think, for 1 minute, I mean, I don't know how many people have been in the audience or commenters, whatever. Do you honestly think that the manosphere hates anything modern? Really? I mean, you got the one segment, you got the one faction, let's just say, who want to save the West and moral degeneracy. And in a lot of ways, they're drawing attention to shit that's really right, that they're coming up with, right? And what have I said from day one? Tradcons don't want the red pill. They want a time machine. And so there is that element, there is that factor in all of this. But do you honestly think that these guys are just Luddites, right? They don't want, I don't want to hear about anything. We should all go back to the 1950s, caveman chauvinist, because that was the golden era. Yes, I am not a criminal. No. First thing I said, when every single time, hell, I'll probably get the question today. Hey, Rollo, where do you think we're going from here? How do we stop this? How do we, when's the pendulum going to swing backwards? It's not, dude. There ain't no fucking pendulum. We go forward. I said this to Mike Sartain. Does that sound like, well, you're wanting to go backwards? I told him this. It was a quote from Dune, and I love this, is you cannot back up into the future. You can only go forward into the future. And I don't know how else to put this. I had a very long description about this on Mike's show, which, by the way, will be on his if you're wondering where that video is, I took it private because it's going to be, the recording is going to be on his show. I wanted to share it with him. I want him to get some traffic out of it too. So Does it sound like we're just, we don't care, we don't care about the future. We don't care about modern times. We don't care about modern. If we didn't care about modern data, then why would we be so like into evolutionary psychology and quoting stat after stat after stat?
Men both occupy the void of...
Whoa, slow down there, Puddin'. Wait.
its primary customer base. Men.
Wow. That wasn't even like half a second for that one. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. What was it? What exactly was that? Oh, it was this. This is what she want. Like, it's like a hypno video. It's like, seriously, it's like a porn hypno video. Like who's trying to influence who here? Who's in the, trying to influence the Femosphere, right? Secret languages of Sigma males. Things Sigma males do that make them attractive. The 1% male. Sigma male, Sigma male, Sigma male. Oh, wow. I wonder if Rollo has done something about Sigma males. Oh, I don't know. In the past 4 episodes? The past 8 episodes? Yeah, I have. And it's not I've broken down sociosexual hierarchies. Would you like me to put a tab here? Because I'll be happy to do that. So you can find the video, Puddin'.
Both occupy the void of modernity in the here and now without actually doing anything meaningful in the long term or overall. Both hyperfixate on...
Define meaningful. I hate that shit. I will hold I will stop the conversation dead in its tracks. What's meaningful? Because that's a container word. Put whatever the fuck you want to in that container word. Tell me purpose, then now we're going to have a conversation. When you say meaningful, that's emotionalism. It always is emotionalism. And I don't give 2 shits about you saying, oh, well, bro, Jordan Peterson talking about maximum meaning. Yeah, because it's an emotionalism. I think the whole book is premised on emotionalism.
On short-term solutions to very complex and detailed long-term problems. They oftentimes direct blame towards everything and everyone, bar the customer themselves. Or they inform the customer that via their methods and their ways, they can become the better or best version of themselves.
And what have I said in the past? She's using quotes from my book. She's used pictures of my book here. What have I said in the past? I don't deal in shoulds. I deal in is. I am not a guru. I'm not a counselor. I'm not a clinical psychologist. I will say this every time. If I do a one-on-one session with you, by the way, that'll be the first thing in my policy. I am not a doctor. I am not a therapist. I'm an analyst. I will analyze your situation. I will give you some suggestions, but ultimately you get to do what you're going to do. I don't have a 12-step program. I don't have a 7 tips for a great life. I don't have a 5 tips that every woman loves. And what have I said? If you're looking for that, if that's what if you're looking for a guru, I ain't your guru, man. I will equip you. I will put tools in your hands and you get to be your own fucking guru. But that's not what the red pill is about, not what it should be about. And I've said that since day one.
And they purport to have overwhelming solutions that can be achieved on the individual level. But as I said...
Because they can. When you go from let's say this. If you're a 5, let's just say, right dead center, and you're single, sexless, clearly because there's more and more men who don't get any play, as Professor Scott Galloway informed us at the beginning of this video. And here we go with the bodybuilder again, because we're all insecure bodybuilders. Yeah, where's the beach? Over there, bro. Okay, man. But clearly, a guy who's a 5 and goes and suddenly he actually gets a girlfriend. He kisses a girl for the first time at 30 years old. He's no longer a virgin because of his own improvements. And he's getting with a 6. Or he's a 5 and now she's a 4, or he's a 6 and she's a 5. Is that not an improvement? Like one guy said, well, Rollo, your shit doesn't work, man. You think that guys can just go from like 0 to hero, man. They could be a 5 and be fucking supermodels and 10s. No, I don't. But I will say this, it will improve your outlook on life. It will give you the tools so that you can go and build a better life as a result of it. I'm glad people have saved their lives, taken the noose off their necks. I've got, countless testimonials for the book saving, improving, changing men's lives. I'm glad that happened. But my impetus, my purpose is to equip men, to give them the tools they need to help them think, to articulate things that most of them already know, but to tell them, like, here's the data, here's the sets. What are you going to do about it? This is the reality you live in. These are the rules. These are the real rules, not the old set of rules. These are the new set of rules that everybody's been playing by, but you've been playing by the old set of rules. And you think that, man, clearly it's very hard for men to sort of get out of, like, well, but the old set of rules, I thought everybody was playing. No, they're not. And when you get burned enough, then you'll realize that, there's a new set of rules. And as soon as you figure out what those new, red pill, blue pill, pull yourself out of the matrix, right? There's the old set of rules. That's the matrix. The new set of rules, take the red pill, and you're living in a red pill aware, red pill lens world. What are you going to do once you get to that world? How are you going to live? What are you going to build? That's all it's about, man. It's all it's ever been about. And it's all it should be about. And it's not about politics. It's not about religion. It's not about society. It's about objective reality, empiricism, and what are you going to do once you know the game, once you have an accurate rule set?
Earlier, things are indeed extremely tough for men, which the wellness industrial complex.
So men at an emotional disadvantage from childhood has been paired with Kevin. If Kevin Sable, if you're watching this, and I know you love pumping iron. Imagine, I imagine what you're thinking of during this.
In relation to its primary clientele, women, so perfectly shows. Wellness.
Okay, so in a way, I think we've now kind of turned a corner here, I think, in the manosphere. So the red pill is a praxeology. It is not an ideology. It's not a philosophy. It's not a belief. It's not a religion. It's not a cult. It's not founded in emotionalism whatsoever, because that's all those are. Is data. How do we parse the data? And taking that data and correlating it against other data, connecting the dots. Okay, great. Now I have a more accurate assessment of what's really going on. The individual gets to decide wherever he is, in whatever context he's in, to do with that information what he will. Simple as that. But when we talk about the male self-improvement sphere, now we're talking about prescriptions. So when we talk about the, it's just like self-help for women. They just keep women on the hook and they're trying to get men to do the same thing. Well, yeah, I can see how a lot of creators are doing that. I can see how a lot of people with a program or follow these things. I certainly in the tradcon sphere, let's get back to classic manhood. Let's learn how to tie a tie and drive a stick shift. Great. I'm all for it. Please do. If that's how you're going to build, then build. If that's what you want to do, or you want to say, you know what, I'm going to go my own way. I'm going to be a MGTOW. I can't take it. It's not in my skill set to do all this. I don't have the patience. Fuck this. I don't have the art for game. At least you know. At least you have a better assessment of what's going on. At least you're not stuck in the matrix trying to run around when you chase your tail. Like, at least, okay, if you choose to, but remember, MGTOW, black pill, tradcon, white pill, hell, even purple pill, really. Those are prescriptions. Those are all prescriptive methods. Here's the best policy. Here's the best practices to use the information that the red pill gives us. And that's really the manosphere. That, well, in my assessment anyways, that's where it should be. It should be apolitical, asocial, a-religious, a-ethnic, or a-racial. It should be neutral in all of that, because it's a study of human behavior in that. This is the praxeology part. Yes, I know that there's an economic definition too. Don't come at me with that crap again. The classic Greek version of it is that it is the study of human behavior in that human behavior has a purpose to it. That's what it is. It's the Chilton Manual, the owner's manual, how to take my car apart and put it back again. It's the Chilton Manual of intersexual dynamics. And that's what she has a problem with, because it's unflattering. When you know men, and it's unflattering to men's nature too. I ain't going to lie. Right? What have I said in the past? The truth will set you free, but it will not exonerate you or exempt you from the liabilities and the responsibilities and just the ugliness. And it just doesn't taste good that the truth presents to you. You have to learn how to use it and leverage it to your advantage. It's not a negative or a positive. It just is what it is. And the way you use it is how it ends up becoming like what your opinion of it is. But it is not in the best interest of women that men, a majority of men, in fact, should know women's nature, their nature, intersexual dynamics, and the nature of like the congruence, the confluence of those natures, because that might expose the game. That explains the game. And remember, they don't want to have the game explained to them. They want a guy who just gets it well enough to know that she wants to play the game.
And mindfulness are an example of what can be called emotional capitalism. That is when emotions and emotion-centric products are marketed and sold for profit. This is a booming market, and it is one that is overwhelmingly focused on women for many reasons, but for
woman.
one very important one. From a young age, girls are encouraged by their parents to express their emotions and their vulnerability.
No. Here we go again. Want me to keep going? I'll keep going. Their society teaches little girls to repress their sexuality and to express themselves emotionally and to be vulnerable. No, you're by nature the vulnerable sex, dear. Sperm is cheap. Eggs are expensive. Do I need to have that conversation? By default here, women are more nurturing. They're more interested in people. Men are more interested in things. Would you like me to get into that data? No, we're clearly going to ignore that too.
When it comes to same-sex friendships, girls and women overwhelmingly prefer and establish.
See, now I know that's deliberate. Girls and women, say fucking women. That's what it is. That's the plural, dear. What are you, an ESL student? Is this English as a second language to you? I don't think so. Why is that? Woman and woman. Is that like a designation? Maybe that's it. Well, because some men with penises could be a woman.
Closeness with friends via intimate dyadic activities. That is, activities involving a group of two people and no more.
I see.
Dyad. When we look at how differently men and women view friendships and their purpose, we can see how, from childhood, women are socialized and better equipped for monogamous, intimate relationships with.
That's funny because the latest studies I have seen is that women cheat more than men. And yes, stop sending them to me in my DMs, for crying out loud. I got it. Also, stop sending me the damn story about the lady that had twins that from different fathers. I got it. Thanks. All good. All good here. Got that link. Got that link probably about 1 billion times. Hey, Rollo, did you see this? Yes. Yes, I did. No, dear. Women are more emotional than men. They lead with their emotions. I can prove it to you. I have dozens of statistics to show you this. Would you like me to? I can do it. Let her finish though.
Men, because our friendship styles and societal and familial rearing correspond more fluidly to it. Conversely,
no, you're innately more emotional. Women have a proclivity to prioritize instinct, emotion, and reason. And reason comes at the end of that equation. For men, our natural innate proclivity is instinct, reason, and then emotion, unless an entire society is arranged against them and conditions them and teaches them generationally, socially engineers them to do the opposite. That's how you get that's how you get destiny. That's how you get male feminists. That's how you get cuddlefish. We raise our boys like they're defective girls. And those defective those boys who are defective girls become defective women. They are men who are defective women. And we can see that on Fresh and Fit lately these days. So that's the end result of all that. It is a social engineering, social conditioning perspective because we believe that the female experience of life is the correct experience of life. The way women do life, the way women communicate, the way women have mating strategy, the women's mating strategies, even fucking cuckoldry. All of that stuff is correct. All of that's correct. That's why I said the feminine imperative. I'm glad she brought that chapter up. Well, by the way, those quotes were from, the first one was from The Desire Dynamic. And then the second one was actually from The Evolution of Game. I was trying to find the femcentric reference there, but that's actually from a chapter. It's in you'll find that in the Player's Handbook, The Evolution of Game. Pull that out. There we go. All right. So when we're talking about emotionalism, we're talking about hey, how many times have I shown you this graph before, right? What is it? Triune mind theory. There you go. Now, theory. I'm not saying this is like a law or but I am saying that it makes a lot of sense these days. The lizard brain, the mammal brain, and the human brain, right? What are we prioritizing? Women prioritize emotion, men prioritize reason, and then they figure out how they feel about it. We can see it in conversation styles. This is nothing I haven't covered before. If you'd like me to cover conversation styles again, just give me them thumbs up. I'll be happy to do that episode one more time and give you some more free content. But men and women are not the same. Stop forming and organizing society around one gender, sexes, because there's only two genders, one gender's experience as being the one that defines reality for everyone. Stop it. And that's where she's coming from. And by the way, she's coming from a similar place that a guy like Destiny's coming from a similar place where guys who are sort of in their fields. You want to know why we live in a fields before reals world? That's why. Because you've been trained from birth to be a defective girl. Boys are trained as defective girls. And of course, girls are trained as defective boys. But to say that, girls are socially encouraged to be more emotionally. No, it's not. No, they're naturally that way. They don't need any encouragement. What they need encouragement for is to stand up and to be more masculine, right? That's what every fucking Disney Pixar movie is about. Mulan, be a man, right? Well, what? When you look at the past, really since the early late 60s, early 70s, and you look at the push to masculinize women and to feminize men, that's all we've told men. Get in touch with your emotions. Get in touch with your feminine side. Express yourself emotionally. Don't worry, everyone's special because we believe in the blank slate and we believe in social constructionism to the point where we don't even want to call our kid a boy or a girl when it comes out of the womb because we wouldn't want to gender that poor kid until that kid is ready to decide whether it wants to be a boy or a girl. And that's where we're at. That's the madness that we're at right now. And that's why I will also encourage you not to use that language.
Male friendships revolve almost exclusively around social activities, competitive activities, and they reflect a preference for group-based activities. Whereas humor matters greatly in female friendships, it hardly matters in male friendships. Within a particular sample pool,
kind of sounds like we do friendships differently by biology. We evolved that way. Maybe our brains just aren't the same, dear.
Used by Pierce et al. The psychologists found that only 2% of women had a romantic partner and no best friend, whereas 15% of men with a romantic partner had no best friend. The generic...
Perhaps that's because men and women innately, naturally do friendship differently. Perhaps it's because women have a better facility for communication than men do. Or perhaps those guys have been brought up in a generation after generation of gynocentrism that teaches them that the only way to have friends is the way that women have friends. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's not about like, best friends this and best friends. What do best friends do? They get together and go to Starbucks and catch up with each other and how's the family? No. Men do friendship differently. That's why. Seriously. And those guys, I wonder how many of those guys would be like, I don't have a best friend, but I'm cool with it because I got, a lot of acquaintances or I got business associates, whatever.
Manosphere doesn't readily talk about this because according
for fuck's sake. Yes, we do. We talk, matter of fact, I just talked about male friendships, like same-sex friendships, male same-sex, female same-sex, and then in fact, it turned into a clip even. Can men and women be friends? Platonic friends. Of course, Mike's like, yeah, if they're fucking, they could be friends. But that's, I just talked about this on Friday, you dumb bitch. We just talked about this. The Manosphere doesn't really talk about these things. Bullshit. We talk about it all the fucking time. That has been hell. For someone who has done your research on the rational male, one would think you would have come across the say goodbye to invisible friends chapter, the LJBF chapter, and the what was it? I don't need no friends chapter. Anyways, there's at least 3 chapters on friendship in the rational male. Has been around since 2013. Oh, but let me quote these ones and see if we can talk about these fiendish men think of this femme-centric reality. That's basically defining it. But you know what? The reason why you are mouthing off like this is because you don't know what you're talking about. You are confidently, belligerently, maliciously ignorant.
To them, men and women have their distinctive natures. We just live in a modern society which rewards one at the other's expense. There is something that modern psychiatry and psychology does talk about.
Yes, it does. It rewards one at the other's expense, because if men don't live in woman experience, then they are punished for that. There is a separate standard of justice for women than there is for men. Provable across the board. Would you like me to get the prison statistics? Women being charged more leniently than men for the exact same crimes? Yes, there's a thing called the women are wonderful effect. I'm sure you don't want to talk about that. That would be very unflattering, right? I can show you the prison statistics. It is one of the most well-researched phenomenon in sociology, psychology, whatever psychology you want. It's not hard to see that there is a separate standard of justice that could be social, that could be like actually, litigious or legal, whatever. There's a separate standard of justice. That is irrefutable, is unignorable. So don't give me this shit about they're compromising this and that. No, it's because men are forced into a gynocentric social order where they believe that the female existence and the female experience is the correct way to interpret the world.
Which is termed alexithymia. In psychiatry, alexithymia is a clinical condition.
Okay, hold on. Alexithymia. Holy shit, that's a really big word. Let's have a look at alexithymia. Okay, alexithymia is the broad term to describe. Where the fuck did she get this? Alexithymia is a broad term to describe problems with, because I gotta get this before it flies off the screen. Problems with feeling emotions. In fact, this Greek term, used in Freudian psychodynamics theories, loosely translates to no words for emotion. While the condition is not well known, it's estimated that 1 in 10 people has it. Well, if it's not well known, how do they know and estimate that 10% of the population has it? And it would seem to me that men actually represent 50% of the population. Again, I looked this up. It's actually a Freudian term. It's not being able to describe particular feelings, right? Well, perhaps, maybe Freud didn't have access to fMRI studies back in, the late 1800s, early 1900s. Because I'm pretty sure those didn't exist back then. I'm pretty sure they had a less complete understanding of how our brains work, of certainly genomic research, certainly the 4 laws of genetic behaviorism. I'm pretty sure they didn't have any of that data back then. So if we're going to quote something like alexithymia and want to ramp it up to 2022, at least be accurate in the sense that you are quoting something from Freudian ideals. Okay. Again, I will say the same thing about Freud that I will about Jung. Okay. Made some contributions to psychology. Great. They did the best that they could with the data they had at that time. Same thing with Jung. His theories were based on the best knowledge that he had in 1940s and 50s, whatever, during his time. Great. Time to move on. Time to say, you know what? Okay, that theory doesn't hold water. Let's move on to the next thing. Okay, but oh boy, she's going to be very erudite about
which quite literally translates into without words for emotion. It is a condition more common among men than women. Research on children from infancy through the school years shows how this can happen. Mothers, for instance, expose baby girls to a wider range of emotions than baby boys and work harder to control their son's emotional volatility. Fathers step in to socialize their toddlers along gender lines at around 13 months.
Let's look at this. Are men emotional mummies? Off to a great start. Two psychologists present their differing theories. Tori Angelis, December 2001. The same year that The Myth of Male Power came out. Volume 32, 11, American Psychological Association. Back in 2001, maybe that was a different association back then. Today, maybe not so much. But we're already starting off from a perspective. I would like to know what the two psychologists presenting their differing theories are. What was the differing one from this one?
Verbally roughhousing their sons and talking in more emotional terms with daughters. As kids get older, both parents foster this rift by discouraging sons from expressing vulnerable emotions and encouraging such expression in daughters. And this,
or perhaps the data we have now, perhaps in the 21st century, we have fMRI studies that show that we do not have the same brain architecture, boys and girls. Perhaps it could be that women have a natural facility and are the vulnerable sex to begin with, and are the nurturing sex, and lead with emotion and then rationality. I'm not saying women are incapable of rationality. They are. But I'm just saying the process, the order of process is different. Perhaps boys don't do emotion just like girls. Perhaps we should not even be teaching boys as if they are defective girls in the first place. Maybe then we wouldn't have these stunted men who don't know how to be emotionally available, because that's what remember she was saying, that's what women are looking for. A good partner who's generous and who's loving and emotionally available. In the way that a woman is? Why don't you just marry? You want to know why women marry themselves? You want to know why, women will divorce their husbands to go be Eat, Pray, Love girl, or to be, Stella got her groove back? Women do emotion differently. Men do emotion differently. Women do friends differently. Men do friends differently. One is not right and one is not wrong. We just do them different. Just because I don't have cuddle parties with Aaron Clary. Aaron, come on over for a cuddle party. We're just going to snuggle up, bumpkin. Come on, Aaron. No? John, Modern Life Dating, fly over here from Japan. Let me give you a hug, pal. We need to catch up and have a, tea and crumpets. And if you don't do that, you're a stunted, I don't have emotions. No, it's not that they're discouraged to have emotions. It's just that they're taught to, definitely. Men, human baby boys are taught to control those emotions. Of course we do. Because what's our default emotion? Anger, lashing out, violence, really. I mean, we haven't, men, shocking, I know, but men have a natural propensity for violence. Sorry, not sorry. Can we control that? Yes. And we try to teach them that at a very early age. Oh, they should be more vulnerable. Like the vulnerable sex? Because the vulnerable sex is the one that's the correct way that we do it.
According to recent research, puts into words the low-level and normative male alexithymia present in most boys. While boys begin life more emotionally expressive than girls, that tendency wanes as they get older. By
Okay, again, from the same one. I want to know what the differing theory is back in 2001, but I can also show you research from Steve Stewart Williams, who I forget the article. I'm going to paraphrase this. It's the propensity for violence in boys cannot be attributed just to social conditioning. It's not to say that it's not important. Social conditioning. You can condition someone. You can absolutely override the firmware, right? That's why we have boot camp, right? That's why we teach you go watch Full Metal Jacket, right? How do we turn this poor, country kid at 18 into a killer? Yeah, you can definitely foster an emotion, the anger, that's an emotion, right? Anger, hostility, certainly frustration. You can very much use that to change a boy and a man's personality. No problem there. But what's the correct one? What's the correct way to do it? Oh, we need to be more emotional and vulnerable, and we just give them a participation trophy. Okay, why is that? Because maybe we live in a gynocentric social order and women are organizing society in the correct way.
Age 2, they're less verbally expressive than girls. And by age 4,
less verbally expressive than girls. Sounds like they use a different language. Sounds to me like maybe once their brain starts to develop a little bit more, that's the natural propensity, that's the firmware, that's a feature and not a bug.
they're less expressive facially. As I said before, male friendships in childhood and adulthood are centered more so around social activities. On top of this, there is an overwhelming consensus within modern psychology focused on gender and sex differences that as soon as interaction...
Let me stop you right there. Gender is sex, sex is gender. I will not use your language and I will not let you make that point. I can show you that. 4 laws of genetic behaviorism. I will crush you every single time when you try to make that point. Gender and sex are different. No, they are not.
Involve more than 2 people. Interactions become readily segregated by gender. Peer group interactions cement boys' unhealthy emotional development by promoting structured group activities which foster toughness, teamwork, stoicism, and competition. Boys' culture...
Isn't it stoicism? Is that a British thing? Stoicism?
Is notoriously cruel to boys who violate male norms. Essentially, what is being shown is that generationally, but also in numerous ways, contemporarily speaking, men exhibit normative male alexithymia.
Yes. So that's by the way, alexithymia is now the term du jour. It sounds a whole lot better than emotionally retarded, because you don't do emotions like women. So that's okay, because old men are innately have alexithymia, this nice long word I figured out, and I pulled from Dr. Sigmund Freud from 1908. Because he was so accurate that, he came down from, Mount Sinai with these holy tablets of psychology, and one of them said alexithymia on it, and now I've suddenly discovered it again. Just say emotionally retarded. That's all you got to say, because that's really what it comes down to. And I mean that in the clinical sense. I don't mean in the bad sense that we're like, I can't do women. I'm man. I can't do emotion like a woman. Sorry. I was hit in the head with a baseball bat of emotions or non-emotions. No, we don't do emotion like you. And there's robust research that shows that men and women do not process emotion the same way. I just did this show 2 weeks ago. Especially negative emotions too. Men and women do not process emotions in the same way because we don't have the same wiring. We don't have the same hardware. End of story. It's not alexithymia. We just don't do it like you, and you think that you do it the correct way. End of story. Next. Oh, men's mental health. It must be an emotion.
So what is a viable response that individual men, whether in a relationship or single, can have to the difficulty of intimate relationships? Well, to be perfectly honest, not much can be achieved meaningfully or consistently in the long term
Define meaningful once again.
Without large-scale changes and conversations. Modern society sees no reliable profit in helping modern men to understand masculinity, not just in a rational sense, but especially at an emotional level and in an...
That's the fucking problem. That's why we focus on the rational. Because we're done. The emotional hasn't been working for 60 fucking years. That's why. Oh, follow your heart. It'll never lead you astray. You want to know why there's so many lost boys? You want to know why, what was it? 90% of guys aren't getting returns on, the global sexual marketplace, according to Professor Scott Galloway. Why? Because that's what we've been fixated on for 60 some odd years. It's still here. Oh my. And I don't know how old this chick is. What does she look like? 22? I don't even know. I can't really tell. Let's just say she's in her mid-20s, right? I'm having this discussion as a 54-year-old male that against a rhetoric that has been around since 1968. Really about that. Certainly since the post-sexual revolution. We're still trying to force fit that. We're trying to put the square peg of masculinity into the round hole of femininity. And it ain't working because we're not built the same. Our firmware is not the same. The way we do emotions is not the same. Our psychologies are not the same. But we want to build a society that says the only right way to process emotion and to do things correctly is the way that women do them. And if you don't, then you're an insecure man. There's your screen cap, gentlemen. Go. You know what to do.
Emotional sense. That is what masculinity means to a man on the individual level, without the overarching input of universal evolutionary psychological inputs. And
because you're just this blank slate, you're just this magical, unaffected by, I love that. There's your screen cap there. You use that one. I should have used that today. There's your answer, guys. Be more emotional. It's because you're not vulnerable enough. Because you're not doing emotion the correct way.
Biology. As I said in another video.
Because it's not about your biology. It's not about it's not about the machine. It's not about the firmware. It's all about the software, because the software apparently is corrupt. I'm corrupting your software. Andrew Tate corrupted your software. Richard Cooper, John MLD. We're all corrupting all these young men's software because they seem very upset that we might be doing that. They seem very upset that men such as myself, men such as Andrew Tate, men such as name any name in the manosphere right now. They're very upset that the next generation might actually think this is kind of bullshit, and I'm going to prioritize. I'm going to make myself my own mental point of origin. God forbid. That doesn't make for an efficient slave. Doesn't make for. I think it was. Ed Lattimore told me this one time. I had an interview with, or I think it was a double talking thing on a podcast one time with Ed, and actually I wrote an essay about this. But he said the manosphere, or the red pill, is like teaching slaves to read. That's what, I couldn't put it any better. The red pill, the manosphere, what we do, it's like teaching slaves to read. Because if they can read, they can educate themselves and they can emancipate themselves from this bullshit of, the only correct way to do things is just like what? How come you're so insecure? It's like teaching slaves to read.
I never really personally considered how men are actually victims of domestic violence and abuse. And this isn't just because I'm a self-absorbed little prune. Of
What kind of?
course, on one level, that is the case. But on the other, it's because that isn't something that is spoken about or necessarily encouraged. Emotionality tends to not be conducive with masculinity.
Now, the number one way that men are abused, domestically abused, is psychologically. That's where it starts. Gaslight yourself, gentlemen. And it might escalate to physical abuse. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. It absolutely exists. But nobody, like men more than anyone, are going to like report that. And even still, they're not going to be believed when they do. So there's that aspect of it as well. But again, her solution is just get in touch with your feminine side, and then you won't have to worry about women being domestically violent with you. Because if you just would get back onto the plantation and don't listen to those Manosphere guys teaching you how to read, come back to the plantation and learn how to be more emotionally and do the emotional work like that other bitch was saying on the last show. Do the emotional work. Get to therapy. Find a good counselor. It's all about mental health. Yes, mental health, that conditions, that puts you back on the plantation, that creates a more efficient slave, that builds a better beta.
Within our history or in our perspective and idealization of manhood. Competition between men continues.
Okay. What would that be? The naturalistic sense, the conventional. That's why I keep using, whenever I say masculinity, I always use conventional masculinity. I don't say traditional, I say conventional, because there are aspects of being a male, biologically male human being that make you conventionally masculine.
Use into adulthood and is within the manosphere encouraged on many a level. There is no unity of men. There's no friendship beyond that of merely advancing yourself and social networking.
Yeah. I wonder why that is. Because the Manosphere is not talking about that bullshit. I have done like convention speeches about it. In fact, at the CME, that was one of the topics I talked about. Men getting together, men organizing is dangerous to the gynocentric social order. Has nothing to do with men not being emotional or finding their chi or whatever the fuck it is. It's because we live in a gynocentric social order that discourages conventional masculinity, and God forbid men get together and talk about it. God forbid men actually come together as a tribe and cooperate. Okay? I was talking to Mike Sartain, and I made this point. I'll make it here again. He was asking me, I think I was referring to confidence or something like that, because women want confident guys, right? And I said this, I said, you know what? Confidence is derived from options. You've heard me say that before. It's not some magical spiritual well of confidence. Just believe in yourself, bro. No, it comes from options. Options come from competence. Competence, options, confidence. That's the chain right there. Got to get good at something, build something. Like lean it, play to your strengths, right? I mean, those and by the way, that's not a prescription. That's just like freaking basic motivational, you can go get that from Patrick Bet David. Play to your strengths, build something, use your talents, build options. And once you have options, whether that's romantically or that's in business or that money muscles in game, whatever, build your options. And then what from those options comes confidence, right? Okay, well, men without options are necessitous. They will take whatever the fuck they can take. They will get, and beggars can't be choosers, right? Men without options are necessitous. They become necessitous men, and necessitous men are never free. The more you lean into this rhetoric, the more you lean into, man, don't judge me. We're going to get around in a drum circle and sing Kumbaya or whatever, the more you buy into that emotionalism, the more you prioritize your life with emotions and use that as your guiding light for the decisions you're going to make, the worse off you're going to be. Use your head, use your rationality, because your options will come from making good decisions, not from your feelings, not from your, it just felt like it was right. How many guys got divorced or remarried as a result of saying, it just felt right. She just was the one. The other one was a bitch, but this one's real. Yeah, I'm going to make it work with this one. Okay, I hope, vaya con Dios, man. I hope you can do it. Making the same mistake twice, but it's being optionless. It's like, that's why we think in terms of the soulmate or one-itis, because we think that it's FOMO, it's fear of missing out. That's FOMO's for women, man. You want to talk about, they teach this abundance mentality. Well, God forbid we teach a guy that confidence is derived from options, because women certainly want a confident guy. That's on that long-term security, beta bucks, provisioning, protection, and parental investment. That's really high on that list. So where does that confidence come from? It comes from options. It comes from having generated options. So even if you don't have options, but you've generated them in the past, that's enough to make you confident most of the time. So if you get zeroed out, you're not going to commit suicide. You're like, I've done this before. I can do this again. I've reinvented myself. Fuck it. Let's do it. This is an opportunity. Great. Awesome. Right? But if you do not have options, if you are optionless, you are necessitous. And necessitous men are never free. They don't want you free. She doesn't want you free. She wants you back on the plantation, and I am teaching you to read.
Your fellow men are seen more so as threats than as friends or
No, the scene is hierarchical.
companions.
Hierarchical.
Therapy, of course, is an option.
So therapy, like psychological conditioning, therapy is an option to break you out of this competitive thing, to break you out of this hierarchy. No, maybe men innately compete with one another. Maybe there's some studies on that. Let me see if I can go find some for you. Men innately compete with one another. She just said it half a second ago. Okay, okay. So when we compete, we do so because we want to, we want to be the best of the best. For there to be a winner, there has to be a second place, there has to be a third place, and there has to be a 10th place. That's the way the world fucking works. Hierarchy. Somebody criticized me on that. Hierarchical meritocracy. Thank you, honky honk. Honk honk. Yes, men do it differently. Wow, maybe because our brains are fucking different. Maybe because we're different things. Maybe we're still the same species. I'm not saying we're not complements to one another, but it is the height of arrogance that women would expect men to be the same as women until such time as they want to bang Giga Chad. Until such time as they're on their journey of self-discovery in Cancun on spring break. He was cute, I was drunk, and one thing led to another. Until that happens, right? Masculinity is toxic until it ain't toxic, until I need it. Jason Momoa, that's not toxic masculinity. That's just, or wait, the overbite. It's the Henry Cavill overbite. Oh, that's a better one. That's use that one for your next meme. It's the Henry Cavill overbite, right?
But it is an expensive one.
It's too expensive for every man to gaslight himself and go through some it's like what is it, A Clockwork Orange. We're gonna hold your eyes open and condition you to look at the screen. It's let's make it stop. Clockwork Orange. That's essentially what she wants men to do. We got to find some way to condition it out of you. God, that was a good movie. That's the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this. So you want me to be like a Clockwork Orange, essentially.
A middle class option, steeped in taboo and shame for particularly men. In the UK, for instance, only 5% of men seek mental health services as.
One would think that either that is social conditioning or social constructionism, or men, maybe they just want to figure it out on their own and they have a natural propensity to be problem solvers themselves. It's the same, you ever heard this? I'm sure you've heard this before. Men don't ask for directions when they're lost. Yes, because we have a natural, innate sense of direction. Because in a hunter-gatherer societies, we had to figure out how to get out to where the caribou was, kill the caribou, and then find our way back to camp, to wherever the hell we were, the nomads were staying at, right? We have a natural propensity for manipulating three-dimensional objects. We have a natural proclivity for rational, thinking in 3Ds, thinking in abstract. We have a natural proclivity to be able to throw an object, throw a spear, throw a rock accurately with more force than women. We have biological differences that make us built for combat. I put that one out there. When we were doing the, men versus women in sports thing, I already talked about that. Those are innate differences. Wow. I wonder if those innate differences could also apply to, I don't know, men's psyches and women's psyches too. Maybe men are innately into things and women are into people. Maybe that's why women prioritize emotion and people over things and rationality, and vice versa. Perhaps we just don't do emotion the same fucking way, but the correct way is to do it like a chick.
outpatients, even though they are lonelier than ever before. 2.5 million British men have no friends whatsoever. Men are also much more likely than women to conceal illness or pain. Men are also 3 times more likely than women to end their own lives.
Yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. Oh, the Manosphere doesn't talk. Bitch. That's the first thing I said in preventive medicine. It is dedicated to the men in uniform who are killing themselves. That was 2015. But I've been talking about this. The Manosphere have been talking about this for decades, literally for decades. So that's number one. Number two is, oh, they don't go and seek help, but they don't have friends. And yeah, because we're different, because we do friendship differently than you. And in a society that has become atomized and insular, that's the result. That's an unfortunate result too. I'm not going to say it's not affecting men in whole, but the solution is not going and doing the emotional trauma.
And when we consider ethnicity in all of this, African American men and British men have a considerably harder time than most. Hardly anywhere.
Yes, because they get zeroed out, and it's not about emotionally processing it. It's very much a pragmatic decision. Rebuild myself or end myself. That's what it comes down to. It's not about, oh, what about the stars? And, Venus is aligned with Pluto. It's very nuts and bolts.
On the online manosphere, do I see emotionality spoken of in a positive light? Stoicism is heralded. Emotions are either feminine or weak.
Because we do emotion like women. When women do emotion, it's sensitive, it's weak, it's vulnerable. When I say, don't even say weak, it's vulnerable. And that's not a result of social constructionism. It's a result of human brain constructionism. It's a result of the evolution that you wanted to just sweep under the carpet about half an hour ago. That's what it comes down to.
I also see, which is oftentimes merely an undertone of the manosphere when it comes to deciding to either marry or deciding to have as many women as possible. These men tend to perceive...
God, when is this going to end? Many women as possible. Women. You can say it. Women. I can't even
their significant other or others as being able to somehow encompass their everything, being the one. She or these women will fulfill their every need. They will be their lover, their partner, their therapist, their friend, or in most cases, their best friend. Regrettably, this is never true nor beneficial in the long term or for.
Yeah, especially since she's not yours. It's just your turn. Oh, what do you have to say about that? Oh, maybe that's what's fucking guys up. Oh, I don't know.
Or the actual stability and intimacy of a relationship. And this is especially the case as modern women, rightly so, become more self-sufficient, independent, and self-reliant. We have become more expecting.
Yeah, like all the women in the Bloomberg study I quoted for you about an hour ago. Because life is fucking happiness, puppy dogs, and rainbows for single women who are making, $65,000, at least in the US, and men are making, $57,000. Yay! Rise of the she economy. Yay! Positive results. Yay! Well, we don't need men. We want men. Okay, well, who do you want? I want to fuck Jason Momoa. I want to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party. I want a bull. Come over here and fuck me, and they leave. You don't want to cheat on my husband? Okay, great. That now it's at least 50-50, if not more. I don't know I forget. I should have had the study up for you. I'm sorry. But I keep hearing it. People keep saying, oh, don't you know that women cheat more than men now? And I kind of got it. I didn't want to put that on my channel until I know absolutely sure how that was, how the survey was done. But I mean, at least as much, maybe, because now women don't need men for the beta buck side, the provisioning, protection, and parental investment. But they do need the alpha fuck side. So, stud service. Come on over, Jim. Come on over, Chad. Come on over, Tyrone. Here it is. Yeah, of course. Of course. What do you how do you defend against that? Women we're finally getting better and we're finally achieving more independence. And men are offing themselves at 3.5 to 5 times the rate that women do. Oh, that's okay. That's a good thing. More to go around. So, I'll tell you the other thing is, if I was to bring this up and I would say, look, women would rather share a successful alpha than to be saddled with a beta loser, to be saddled with a faithful beta loser. No, that's not what they're looking for. We're looking for someone who's generous and loving and emotionally available and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, that's not that statistics don't say that. The stats say that you, as she's elaborating right here, we're more independent than ever. Okay, well, so you don't need men, and men don't need you, or they don't want you anyways, but you want men. What kind of men do you want? You want the alpha seed, right? Okay, well, what have I got wrong? I mean, essentially, you're making the point here that the Manosphere has been talking about forever. That's number one. And I mean, from in another respect, you've got this idea that, because of that, that's in some way a success story for women. No, it's not. Oh, we're more independent. Good for you. You're a sexless androgynous thing. You don't you're not male, or you're not woman or man. You're a complete thing, but yet you still want to marry a bridge or a chandelier, or you want to have the marriage to yourself. That ought to tell you, I'll tell you something that's funny is when I was watching Glenn Lawrence's debate with I don't know what, fuckface, whatever. The thing comes up, it's like, well, I don't think there's anything such as solipsism or whatever. Well, I don't see men marrying themselves. I do see a lot of women marrying themselves. And you want to talk about hubris? The height of hubris, first off, is that men should emote like women. And then, well, if I can't get what I want, then I'm going to gaslight myself and rationalize away a marriage to myself because I am enough. I am more than enough. Okay, well, then why are you marrying a bridge or your dog or chandelier or whatever? If you're enough. I think because we're coming up with bullshit rationales. And I will say this, Dennis Prager came up with this. It's a really good, it was a really good video, and I got to give it to him because I'm not really usually a Dennis Prager fan. However, when he did this, was it? No, it was an article, sorry, about how a lot of this wokesy, gender policy, politics is all inspired by women. Everything, every last bit of it is a female generated initiative. What is it? Drag queen story hour. Women behind it. Transgenderism, mostly women behind, almost entirely women behind transgenderism. The stats are there. I'm again just throwing that out there. Let's keep going.
Of the men in our lives when it comes to the emotional reciprocity and support provided by and to them. The fact that women are waiting longer to settle down and to
notice that the solution to the problem is more emotion.
Have children is a sufficient indicator of this. Research shows that establishing friends for men in adulthood tends to lead to the same gender segregated friendships that are void of any real emotional connection.
Why is that the goal? I don't feel emotionally connected to 90% of my friends. We're still friends. We're still hang out. We still communicate. We have a good, there's maybe a handful of guys that I would go, yeah, he's a good bro. I love that guy. I love all my friends, but I don't do friendship the way my wife does. I don't do friendship the way she does. The criticism here is men do friends wrong because they don't have that emotional thing that we got.
I do think a solution of sorts could be a greater emphasis on couples friendships. Itself an interesting point of study, worth considering more.
Okay, Aaron Clary. Let's see, who else do I know has a girlfriend? Ryan. Okay, I'm trying to think of who I know. Pay attention to this part because we got to be couples friends pretty soon.
Seriously. Research shows that when it comes to couples friendships, men are seen to open up more and are put into a very rare situation. In couples friendships, men and women are put into social activity with more than two
Men and woman.
People that is, for the first time, not gender segregated. And uniquely, it involves platonic female interaction and friendship with the knowledge and participation of one's female intimate partner.
I love this stock footage here. Here we are at the Villages in Florida, hanging out with our couples friends.
Intimacy and intimate relationships are exceptionally difficult for men. And
would there not be like, would it not preclude the idea that for you to be in a couple's friendship, you would have to be in a fucking couple to begin with? Does one not follow the other? I'm confused.
As I said before, this is in no way to say that from our particular vantage point, relationships are not hard for women as well. But what I've noticed is that when
we have to make this it's got to come full circle, because we've talked about men long enough and we don't want their problems, but let's all look at me. Let's all talk about me. It kind of sounds solipsistic.
we speak about such things, we are often given labels of pick-me girl, simp, which completely misses the point.
Portia, are you a pick-me girl? I know you're in there. I see you in there. I see you in the chat. It must be because you're emotional. You're more emotional. You're a superior being, Tori. As an emotional woman, you are, young woman, you are, you outclass me. Therefore, you're a pick-me girl for expressing emotion. Is that how this works?
Of us being able to communicate honestly with each other about our feelings and our emotions, to be empathetic and considerate of the other side.
Okay. Empathy is not sympathy. You're not ever going to be empathetic with the male experience. In fact, I'm never going to be empathetic with the female experience, which is why this is so fucked up in the beginning and from the start, from the jump. You expect men to emote like women. That's not the goal. Emotionalism is not the goal. A higher state of being in emotion is not the goal. It's not as if emotion is the religion of the woke. Emotion is the religion of gynocentrism. It's the god of gynocentrism is emotion. To have the proper emotions, and God forbid, it can't be anger. It can't be because what are the base emotions? I believe there's like 5 or 7. Anger is definitely one of those base emotions. Can't have that. So if I go, you know what? I'm going to express my emotion by punching this motherfucker in the face. Right? I'm expressing my emotions. You told Nicholas Cruz goes and pulls out a assault rifle in high school, and he's angry as hell, and he's expressing his emotions. He's just doing what you taught him to do. That's it. I'm frustrated and I'm angry and pissed off, and here I go. I'm expressing myself with an assault rifle. Oh, he should be doing it in painting and sculpture and song and poetry because we need communication. That's how women communicate, with emotion. That's the problem, dear. It's emotion versus reason. Emotion is your god, goddess. To have emotion, to be emotionally available. And what happens is, for the last 60 years, men have bought into that bullshit. You want to know why they read my book? You want to know why the Manosphere is such a threat to you and the sisterhood? Because it exposes what we've been doing for the last 60 some odd years. They're not women and men are not playing by the same rule set. There's a separate standard of justice for women than there is for men. Men and women are different. Just those statements alone is enough to fuck up the program, man. So when we're talking about the best way to organize society, the best experience, the correct way to think is like a woman. Sorry, don't mind me if I check out.
And vice versa. Within the Manosphere and in the modern age which we find ourselves in, a greater emphasis has been placed on the materiality at the root and core of modern relationships, which can be summed up as gift giving. What evolutionary psychology?
Literally no one in the Manosphere is telling. In fact, if anything, I could probably find you just offhand, even like Bush League PUAs saying exactly the opposite of gift giving. Don't lead with your wallet. How many times have you heard Myron Fresh say that? Me, John from Modern Life Dating. You don't know what you're talking about. You're ignorant of what's going on. You're ignorant of my work, although you're happy to go and pull quotes from it. I'm not even sure you really even pull it. You probably pulled it off my website. But
psychologists have been able to consistently show is that gift giving on the one hand and mutual support on the other are both the key predictors of the longevity and success or otherwise of an intimate relationship.
But I thought that men were thinking with their dicks and PUAs were teaching them how to succeed with women by using their little heads instead of the big heads. I thought that was the goal. Is that not the goal?
Both have strikingly different impacts on the relationship. The greater the emphasis placed on gift giving, the lower the intimacy. In contrast, the greater the importance given to mutual support as a mechanism of relationship maintenance, the greater the reported intimacy. Whereas gift giving is observed cross-culturally as a means of creating and maintaining social network ties, it may be that this strategy is only appropriate in the more distal layers of the social network, where tokens of affiliation are required. In the inner layers, intimacy and emotional
like simp tokens, like NFTs.
Closeness may be more important. There's also something else that I would like to mention, and this isn't scripted as eloquently, so do bear
Yeah, but it's still scripted. So all that was scripted? Is that what we're saying?
with me. It may be a bit controversial, but I think it is important to note. The Manosphere talks incessantly about the fact that 80% of women are only interested in 20% of men.
No, 100% of women are interested in 20% of the male population. Not just OkCupid, not just Dataclysm, but the most recent studies and most recent research, I think, was actually in Men Behaving Badly by Dr. David Buss, right? 100% of women want to get with the top 20% of men. And even then, only 4.5% of them are the ones that women will initiate any kind of contact with. Those are the Justin Wallers, right? Those are the guys who are hot enough, look like they live an interesting lifestyle. They want to enter their world and into their frame enough to swipe one way instead of the other way. 100% of women want to get with 20% of men. Here's the rumor control. Here are the facts. 80% of guys are deemed unattractive by women. End of story. Close quote. Period. Stop. Full stop. That's it. No more. Shut the fuck up. If you don't know the stats, don't go mouthing off about the stats because it doesn't fit with your ideology and your worldview and your ego investments. Shut the fuck up. And I would say that to her, and I would say that to I already have said that to any dude who misquotes those numbers, because that is one, like when they misquote, people think, oh, in 30 seconds, oh, that's what those dumb PUAs think. No, 100% of women want to get with the top 20% of men, and only 4.5% of them are worth swiping, but right, left, right. So therefore, 80% of guys are deemed unattractive from multiple sources, not just one, over the course of the last maybe 10 some odd years. Okay. Got it? Good. 20% of men are not necessarily attractive. They just might do. They might be somewhat, they have value added to them, right? They have a few extra pounds, but they're cute and they're funny. So that offsets it, right? Bullshit. 20% of guys might do. Of that, 4.5% are the ones that are hot enough that women go, oh, fuck, I got to get with this guy. Swipe. And we also have to take into account, and this is one thing that I don't know if they got to this on the Bill Maher thing Scott Galloway, Professor Scott Galloway. I don't know that this is even really something that's even addressed by Dr. David Buss. But the one thing we have to address is that in the data age, now that we have this information, how is that affecting the global sexual marketplace? And is that preference for the 4.5% of guys, is that socially constructed? Or is that a result of a natural propensity for that kind of guy, those attractive men? Oddly enough, a girl with an hourglass shape, big boobs, blonde hair, blue eyes, ready to down to DTF. Oddly enough, that girl, that archetype, is usually like guys kind of want to get to varying degrees. Now, granted, there's regional differences, but in the same effect, maybe women want to get with the guys who are the top 4.5. And now they have at least the impression, the perception of choice in a global sexual marketplace, to the point that they get hubristic and prideful and triumphal about their selection. And if anything countervails that, if there's anything that contradicts that, you're insecure. You're a son of a bitch. You're fat shaming. You are body fat positivity. I should be able to get any guy I want. Tess Holiday should be able to attract Jason Momoa because beauty is on the inside. Maybe he's into girls like that. Really. And when we see that, we see an imbalance. We see that a guy that looks like, bodybuilder, ripped six-pack ad, six, getting with the fat chick. There's got to be something that offset where the first thing in our mind, that's an imbalance. We look for symmetry in all things. That's why we call it beauty. That's why we call it balance. We look for it in facial symmetry and body symmetry. We look for human beings are very good at pattern recognition. And when they see something like that, they go, or you see a fat guy with a really smoking hot girl. Oh, how to spot a rich dude. Because he's got money and he's with the hot chick, right? We see the imbalance right there. Maybe there's actually some differences, and it's not all a social construct, and it's not all about emotion. Maybe there are actually evolutionary forces that predict that that's what we want to get with. But she's about to butcher the rest of this 80% thing here. So I'm going to let her do that.
And they get the statistic from Tinder and Tinder's data. And
no, we get it from multiple sources, which I can provide for you right now. Dr. David Buss is the most recent one. We can get that, or we can go back to Dataclism, or we can go back to the OkCupid studies, or we can go to the Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, Seeking Arrangements. All of those have similar studies that provide the similar results. So it is not just about Tinder. And even if it was Tinder, what's the number one way men and women meet today? I'll wait. Tinder? Good. Okay, here's that attention you wanted, Bitcoin. Got it? About what, Dillhole? Tell me what. Give me a topic. What do you want me to debate him about? About this? I'll be happy to. About anything. Everyone, fuck you and your debates until you tell me what to debate. What's the topic? What's the subject? How are we going to... You don't even know what a fucking debate is. You don't even know, you guys get together and just fight it out. That's what you want. Just say, here's a better one. Instead of this, you should just say, you should have a blood sport show with Destiny. That at least would be honest. Please, and if you said that, I might even do it. If it's put in those terms, I'd be happy to do that. All right, continuing.
Just the ambiance of Tinder and dating apps themselves, in which it is known quite universally that, at least on dating apps, this tends to be the case. And there is an overwhelming and rather unhealthy interest in a small pool of men by the majority of women on these apps. Now, what I find interesting is when you...
It's 4.5%, dear. We just heard Professor Scott Galloway on Bill Maher give you those actually worse stats than I'm giving you. What do you have to say? Tell me. It's not who's delivering the information. It's the information itself.
Consider two things. Firstly, that on Tinder, as is reflected on most dating apps, the percentage of men who are on these apps is 78.1%.
Which should tell you something like about the skew, about the poll. Well, why do you think that is, dear? Why do you think that would be the case?
That is, of the 75 million users on Tinder, 78.1% are men. This is something that the Manosphere hardly ever pays any tribute or any real consideration to, because it completely flattens the argument that that women only care about the 20% of men on Tinder, which
because it's a demographic, because it's a general skew. That's why. And by the way, it's not just Tinder. Again, Dr. David Buss did independent research showing exactly this for men behaving badly. Would you like me to dig those up? I'm sure I have them. Yeah, exactly. Now she's done the research. Now she's doing it.
actually, when you consider how many women there are on Tinder, which is less than 30%, it makes sense. Secondly, I think what is important.
Okay. Remember this as well. Okay. So you want me to fuck up the program even more? Tinder is a churn marketing prospect. Bumble, Hinge are similar as well. So if you want a better ranking, you got to remember that when you go on, and Tori will back me up on this too, because she did a full episode on like starting a Tinder pro. She never had a Tinder profile, and it was very revealing, by the way. I think that's probably one of her best shows. But you go on there, and yeah, I've shown you the episodes where those guys make those machines that like swipe and swipe and swipe and swipe. They're spamming approaches because they never. I wonder what she would have to say about that one chick who like she became a man or something like that, and she ended up offing herself. By the way, stop sending me that story too. I got it. Thank you very much. I'm not going to do a show on that. But this woman like decided she wanted to be a man, and then she ended up killing herself because the experience of being a dude was so soul crushing that she couldn't bear it any longer. And of course, guys go, see, we got it rough. You're either too happy or too sad about that. I got it. Thank you. But the thing is this, is like, who are the women that are on Tinder to begin with? I'll tell you what, they're not the chicks that are in Vegas that I saw this last week. They're not on Tinder. Maybe a few of them are. They're on Seeking Arrangements. I'm sure of that. I wonder what the gender skew is for Seeking Arrangements. I wonder what the gender skew is for Hinge or Bumble or some of these other sites. By the way, the other thing she's not taking into account is that everything on Tinder is all about image. It's all about swipe, swipe, swipe. It's no longer about, oh, this guy looks like he would be a good mate. I'm going to read his profile and see how he is. I like long walks on the beach. I like ice cream cones and coffee dates. I want babies in the future, and I need a funny man, and blah, blah, blah. And you just write out, remember on Plenty of Fish and OkCupid and Match and everything back in the day when you actually had to have some insight about like what you wanted in a match and what you thought you were worthy of, and who you are as a person, because we really thought back then that it's what's on the inside that counts. I'll tell you the thing that's pissing them off, like people like this. It's like that emotional, it's all about emotion. It's all about being a solid person inside, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, except when you get onto Tinder. It's no longer about your profile. It's hot or not. Remember that site, hotornot.com? And it was just like these candid shots. This is way back in the day. I'm showing my age on internet ways. Hotornot.com, I think is what it was called. Am I hot or not? That's what, is it still around? I wonder. But it was like all these candid shots that would shoot across, and you have to rate them like 1 to 10 to see who was hot and who's not. It was a really popular site back in the day. I used to talk about it in my essays and stuff like that. Yeah, that's Tinder. Congratulations, hot or not. You're now a dating app. That's what it is. And as such, there's a ranking system in Tinder and a ranking system amongst like Tinder and Bumble and Hinge and all the top 3. Probably Grindr too, right? But on Tinder, it's like a tournament ranking system. So they're not going to rank Like if you were to use Tinder and you're a smoking hot 8 or 9 as a girl, and all you're seeing is guys who you would say are like 4s and 5s, you're probably not going to want to use the app for very much. Like, there's nothing but ugly, fat fucks on here. Thanks, I'll go on to another one. No, what they do is they rank you. Is if you're like, physically look, because it's all perception, right? If you're an 8, they're going to rank you with 8s and 9s. That's how it's a tournament ranking system. Literally, it's a tournament ranking system. So with that in mind, how does that make the skew? How does that affect the 4.5%? It's not about the swipe left or swipe right. It's about the natural want by women, 100% of women wanting the top 20% of guys and or swiping and initiating something with the 4.5%.
About this is that it seems to be in direct conflict with what is, at least evolutionary speaking, and according to a universal consensus among psychologists, that men depend on face-to-face interactions when it comes to intimate relationships, whether that be intimate as in intimate relations with their friends, or more importantly, with women.
With women. No, I would say human beings in general, throughout evolutionary history, have not done social media. We've only done social media since what, 2005, 2006? Technically, I guess you could sort of like lump forums in there. We have had this is an experiment. So that's ludicrous to say, oh, well, it must be men because they're men have to be yeah, they do. Absolutely, they do, because back in The Rational Male, in the chapter called Buffers, I said exactly this. Don't use texting. Don't use social media as a buffer against learning game and having the social skills to carry on a conversation, because once you get into that conversation and it falls apart, you're going to be facing rejection, more or less. That's what guys do. There's an over-reliance on digital media, on texting, it used to be texting. Now it's Instagram, right? There's an over-reliance on the buffer of social media, social media. Congratulations. We've upgraded it. We've upped our game since I wrote that. Well, actually that was from a post. So I would say it's 2007, 2008. Congratulations. You got one. Yeah, because human beings, when there was a local sexual marketplace, like when Grandpa Rollo was around, he used to have to go to the clubs in Hollywood and get out there and go fish where the fucking fish are. He used to have to go out there and do it and learn that shit. Learn what worked and what didn't. Game. Wow, I know it's shocking. Everyone has game. I had game back then. The 9-year-old kid right now probably has some idea of how to, get a girl to like Johnny. Shocking, I know, but it usually takes face-to-face interaction. It's not just a man thing or a woman thing. In fact, women today would probably love it if you would just like initiate something live. You did a cold approach. Oh my God, it's a shock to the system because it happens so rarely.
Are visual creatures, and being in direct contact with somebody in the sense of being a visual creature, and that isn't to say that men are pervs or anything, but that it's very important for them to be in direct, in-face and in-person contact with individual people in order to actually comprehend their existence, in order to actually formulate an understanding of that individual's personhood. This
is shocking. Wow, basic humanity 101.
Is not in any way conducive to what we see on dating apps, in which dating apps create this easy way out of men actually being face-to-face with human beings who...
No, it's an easy way out for women to ghost you. That's what it is. Because the number one dating app, my dear, in case you don't know this, is actually Instagram. It's not Tinder. It's not Hinge, it's not Bumble, not Seek, not SA. None of that. The number one dating app, Instagram, because that's where people go to check out if you're cool enough to hang out with, or fuck you, this guy's lame. He's corny. How do I find that out? Well, or this person wants I'm interviewing for a job. What's the first thing your potential employer does once you walk out that door after the interview? Goes and checks you out on Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, whatever your creeps around on your socials. Yeah, there's a lot. You can be found. That's no problem. It's not about Tinder. It's not about just the dating app, although that is the way that we, primarily that's how people meet. But how people sort of like get together and feel like how women decide whether or not you're cool enough to hang out with. God, I'm glad people like my Instagram somewhat, Oh, is he cool enough to be on? It's all brand management. That's what it comes down to. It's perception. And that perception is like, yeah, there are guys who don't have any social skills. Yes, I 100. Okay, you got one. Yes, you're right. But that's the way we do it now. For better or worse, it's all perception. It's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors. Got to have a thing. Are you cool enough? Are you on a yacht party? Are you on a Lamborghini? Are you on a tractor in the Midwest?
In the majority of cases are going to reject them outright or aren't going to want to be their friend, aren't going to want to be their sexual partner. And I think because of this, it has sort of become a self-fulfilling prophecy in and of itself. And I think that pornography plays the same kind of role in which it is a material product in and of itself, like in essence dating apps are. It's an easy way out of confronting life.
No, it's an escapism and it's a sedation is what it is. And that's what, well, at least my neck of the manosphere has been saying for a while. Again, I'm not like necessarily against porn. I'm against porn in the sense that it's a sedation. I'm against alcohol and the same thing. Please go buy my booze. I'm not against alcohol whatsoever, but I do recognize it as a sedation. World of Warcraft, that's a sedation. Whatever your escape is that you're hooked on and you're addicted to, that's whatever makes you forget about your shitty life. And when your escape becomes a better life to live than your shitty life, that's when problems happen. Yes, you're correct. Pornography is a problem. Absolutely. And we've industrialized it and we've made it more easy access. That's why it's free. That's why it's streaming. That's why it's ubiquitous. And you know what? It also confirms what I said earlier. Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Maybe those crazy Manosphere guys actually have a point. Maybe they figured something fucking out. Oh, what about, emotional connection and long-term relationships and blah, 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 blah. Just say they focus on sex. But then you're going to also talk about how pornography is a problem because of men's nature.
It is an easy way out which capitalizes on men, but rarely
pornography doesn't get a headache. How's that?
Really, well and truly disadvantages them more than it does women. It is something that I do see when you consider different data sets and different findings, and you sort of put them together in order to try and make a comprehensible story, sort of trying to make a quilt out of things. On the one hand, men need to be in person in order for real, genuine connections to.
Wow. Kind of like, I don't know, the conversation I just had with James Tusk and Troy Francis, those PUAs. Go do a YAD stop. Meet women real time, face to face. Oh, kind of like what Rollo Tomasi's been saying since 2013 about buffers and how any time you are like interacting with a woman online or whatever, it should be used to get to the point where you're meeting them face to face. Kind of like that. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stop acting like you do.
Be made. But secondly, they are over-reliant and are encouraged to be over-reliant on social media, on dating apps, on pornographic content.
Do you honestly think that, hell, have you even heard of NoFap? For fuck's sake, man. No, that is not promoted. Hey guys, come here. I really think you should like jerk off a little bit more. Yeah. That'd be great, man. Give me money. Here, buy my course and learn how to jerk off more. Where's that program? Buy my Gumroad course. How to yank it in 4 or 5 different ways. That doesn't exist, dude. That doesn't exist, girl. It's never existed and it won't exist. Hell, if anything, the opposite exists. Wait till November rolls around and we get NoFap November. Oh, I can't wait to do my annual NoFap November episode with Ryan so we can talk about the woo-woo magic that goes along with that. But there's a whole subsector of the manosphere that just says, stop snapping your radish. Sorry, old term. But yeah, I mean, where are you getting this? You don't know what you're talking about. No one in the manosphere is promoting that. No one in the manosphere is saying jerk off more. No one in the if anything, the male self-improvement arena is saying exactly the opposite.
On pornography and these seeming quick fixes to issues which actually don't fix the issue or don't address the issue in a meaningful and healthy way for them.
Meaningful, define, please. Tell me what I should do. Tell me how show me how to live, Kidology. Tell me what's the right way.
And I think the manosphere capitalizes off of this because, as I said, it is at the end of the day about making money or about finding meaning for the particular men at the helm of these particular podcasts or these particular websites and forums. It isn't actually about helping the average man to realize himself and to be...
Wait, particular podcast, particular what?
Say my name.
Oh.
The best man that he can or may want to be. So that's my little tangent about our modern dating landscape, whose primary customer and consumer is men. Yet at the same time, it is the one forum and the one form of interaction that is completely antithetical to the needs and the well-being of men. And I think that is quite tragic. I think we can see just by the fact that women predominantly are not on dating apps, that it is clearly not a healthy, not a productive, and not a well-rounded and good place for any human being to be on.
Clearly she's reading this from a script. Let me explain something to you from Josh Bernoff's book called Writing Without Bullshit. Don't waste the reader's time. You're wasting my time. You're wasting your viewers' time by rambling off this shit. You've already made your point. Get on with it.
Anything, because it is so algorithmic and so strategic, it really places men in a bind in which they have to, just based on personal experience, they have to be absolute douchebags in order to get anywhere. And it most definitely is not a place that is made in order to benefit men. If anything, it is there to keep them there, because they are what is making the most money for these apps. And yes, I don't really know where I was going with that, but I think that that's an important thing to consider with regards to why intimate relationships for men, especially now, are noticeably so hard for them.
Oh, well, and to finish this last one off is just so good. We got to...
So a few weeks ago, I watched a Liam Neeson film, and I think, wow, I need to find myself a guy just like that. So obviously I go into seeking arrangement because I can find a guy that hopefully, in my mind, looks like Liam Neeson and also can pay my mortgage. So anyway, I go onto this website, I sign up, I upload a photo of me, I go for this innocent, virginal kind of girl who's just, you know, looking for a man who's going to whisk her off her feet. So anyway, I go for this particular look and I upload this picture. I don't know what's wrong with this picture, but apparently there was something wrong. I'm on the website, I'm talking for about a day, and then I get this email. And then my account is deleted automatically because apparently I'm not the person in the picture. Can somebody please tell me why they deleted it? Because I don't know. I'm a bit too innocent and a bit too naive.
I have to also, for in the interest of full disclosure, she was on the back end of a breakup, and probably, in all likelihood, the boyfriend knew my work or knew somebody in the Manosphere's work, and so this is where it comes from. Another erudite British woman, Emma Thorne, Mooncat, Kidology, ignorant, every one of them. Very easily, how come, let me tell you something. How is it that I get trolls in the fucking chat say, oh, you need to go debate Destiny. How come you guys don't tell me go debate Kidology? Why? Why not? Rollo, you should really fly over to London and talk to this bitch. Hey, Rollo, you should go find Mooncat. Hey, Rollo, you should go find Emma Thorne and you should have a debate with her. That doesn't exist. You know what you want? You want me to go and fucking beat him into the ground. I'm not looking for clout, man. Yeah, and I'll tell you, we would have the same debate that I just did right now. This whole rip down of Kidology. We would have the same conversation. Ignorance. He led with that on Fresh and Fit. And does every single time. Well, you know, the problem I have with the red pill is because it's political and it's radicalizing these guys. And no, it's not. That's not what the red pill is. It's about intersexual dynamics. I don't care what you think it is. It's not an ideology. It's not a religion. It's not a belief. It's not a philosophy. It is facts and figures. It is factual absolutism. How about that? What do you got to say about these facts and figures? What do you got to do? How are we going to do it? What are we going to dwell on? No, don't go debate. Okay, fine. I'll be happy to. So if they, Myron and Fresh want to set it up, I'll be happy to. But I'm just going to have the same conversation I just had for the last 4 hours. Same thing. You want that? Oh, no, you don't want that. You want blood. If you want blood. I came here for blood. I didn't get no blood. What the hell? You're supposed to draw blood, son. All right. I got all these starred things to get through. Here we go. Glenn Lawrence, would you be interested in hopping on Thor's dragon ship on set? He has a dragon ship? Oh, no, it's his podcast. I'll go on a dragon ship. On Saturday after Rule 0, we discuss how the 9 iron rules are good guidelines. Would that be this coming Saturday? Is that a particular topic? I love me some Thor. And I know Aaron is really tight with him too. Yeah, I would love to. I would do it in a second, but it would have to be in a time where usually on Saturdays, right after Rule 0, I go to band practice. So it would have to be a time that I'm not going to band practice. So, but I could. Kickjack. That's what I'm naming my next glam band. Kickjack. Have you seen all the spewer chats? Have you seen all the spewer chats people have been sending to Gad Assad about you? Yes, I have. He got annoyed. Yes, I know. We email each other. I did try to put out the explanation in mine. Well, thank you for trying to explain. But you're not going to get me and God together on any show. The likelihood, I'm probably not going to get Gadsad on this show, but I would love, absolutely, God, please let this happen, God. Oh, holy God, please let this happen. When I do the show, when we get the new show developed, and I don't have a title, I can't tell you what it's going to be. Actually, I kind of do, but the new show that we're doing in Vegas, the new variety show, I would definitely love to have Gadsad on that. That would be an in-studio thing. There's only one person on planet Earth that I would be starstruck by, and that would be Gadsad. In fact, I'd be like a family. Can you sign my book? Parasitic Mind here, please. Rollo, first off, you're the man. Have you heard of the Courtney Ryan's YouTube channel? She's really taking off, focusing on helping men improve. No, I don't know who Courtney Ryan is, but I will now go look her up, and I will tell Torsia to go do her show because I'm cool like that. Groovy Gunslinger, $10. They are straight up delusional. The USA population of men is 20 to 50, unmarried, 6 foot tall. Yes, I know. I'm aware of the stats. $100,000 income and not obese is 0.3. Actually, it's lower than that, my friend. Of the population, same stats. 5'9" is 1% of the population. Yeah, I know. I've done full on episodes of the female delusion calculator. That would be a great show to do, right? I mean, with this chick or Destiny or whoever else, I would love to do. You want a topic? Maybe we just do the female to male delusion calculator. Right? Hey Rollo, I'm 38, dating a 39-year-old divorced single mom. You are? Here, this is you. What's your, oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Rollo, I'm 38, dating a 39-year-old divorced single mom with a house foreclosure and who may file bankruptcy. Come on, man. What do you think, Rollo? What would you do? That's what you would do. End of story. Oh, Rollo doesn't give prescriptions except for... Welcome to the United States Spinsters of America. Gynocentric woke feminism. Uber alles. Spin more yellow to pearls, boys. In Rollo we trust. Don D. You're welcome. And trust me, yes, the new panel show, I will definitely have a stream deck. Unlike other shows I've been on who still don't have a stream deck. Kevin C., I think she has a crush on beer barbecue. You might be right about that. I know what you're talking about. Thanks for this super sticker who I can't show because it's in StreamYard. Frederick Nietzsche's Mustachio, reading the Rational Mail by candlelight in a cave as per the Godfather's orders. Yes, in communist China, like Christians do. Yes, thank you. Greg Rubino, if observing a process changes the process, then won't the whole red pill change the game if it goes mainstream? Kind of like I said it would in 2021 on Fresh and Fit when I was asked that question. Yes. The answer is yes. What would change that? What would that change look like? Going back underground where it belongs in the first place. That's why you want to know I am chasing all these guys down with a fucking stick? Because they get it wrong. Because I'm refuting bullshit as an order of magnitude greater than creating bullshit. Even well-meaning bullshit. Yes, you're absolutely correct. If observing a process, yeah, okay. Yeah, remember when I talk about that, that's not just some cutesy, pithy thing I say. That's actually the observer effect. If you put people in a laboratory, you're going to get a different result than going out into the field. That's why, not to pat myself on the back, but it's one of the reasons why I think a lot of the early days when I was working in clubs and doing promos and sort of I was the only sober guy in the club, right? I'm taking mental notes the whole time I'm there. That was the field. I was a field observer in, let's see, from 2000. Well, I mean, if you go back to the gaming days, from 1998 all the way up to 2020 when I got out of wine and spirits. So it's quite a body of work. And I think even it was Nick Krauser. I've quoted him several times. He says, the infield body of work that PUAs have done over the last 15 years is more significant than any social science or psychologists have ever done experimentally anyways, because they're doing something that would be considered unethical by the APA or sociologists, right? But they're out there doing it and you can't ignore the data. So next CME should be at a gym. Which gym? Anywhere but Planet Fitness. Oh, there we go. You get one of these. What should I choose, Rollo? Contemplate this on the tree of woe. A girl I've known for years, never dated, great personality, who now wants to give things a try. Because now I'm ready for a relationship. But not sure how into me she is, or a girl I've dated for 4 months, really into me, very sexual, but is very boring otherwise. Well, in that situation, if you want me to give you advice, remember, you're petitioning me for advice. I'm not giving you unsolicited advice. I would say go with the chick who is good in bed, but is kind of boring. Now, why would I say that? Because the other option here is a girl you've known for years, never dated, got a great personality who wants to give things a try. Yeah, most likely because she's in her epiphany phase and you seem like the best option that she has available to her. And that is negotiated desire. That is transactional sex. Whereas the chick who's young, dated for 4 months, really into you, very sexual, that's validational desire, validational sex. That's probably organic desire. That's why I say go with the one who's a little bit boring but fun in bed, because maybe you can make her less boring. The other one, you're not going to make her any less opportunistic. How's that? That's a pretty good one. I think so. And advice for Asian males, please. God. That you know what, I of all demographics of guys that I think I would, if I was to ever write a specific red pillish book, like demographically speaking, it would be for Asian men and it would be for Indian men, or maybe both at the same time. Because I know black pill doomers tend to be Asian or Indian because you guys are a fucking world of hurt. But it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be that way. Here's my advice for you, Asian dude. Maximize your masculine potential. I know that sounds like woo woo woo, but what I mean is like get in the gym, make sure that you're more physically fit than the 75%. Hopefully, I don't know if you're in Asia or where you're at, but be more physically fit, more arousing than any of your intersexual competitors. Like this is the one and only time I'm probably going to say looks max. Like make sure that you focus on physicality first and also work on game at the same time. That's good. But again, there's synergies between money, muscles, and game. But usually what guys do is they gross out in one that they think is their best, their strength. So what I would say is a lot of women, even women who are Asian, don't want to get with Asian dudes. They think they deserve a black dude or a white dude who is 6 foot tall. Put it in my filters, right? And it's kind of you're understand this. You're at a disadvantage. Maximize any strengths that you have. That would be my number one advice. The other thing is most Asian guys, if you look like Bruce Lee, like have that body type, the swimmer's body, that water polo body. That was me. I used to play water polo in high school. You had that body. That's going to say more about you. That's going to generate more leads, let's just say, with women than anything else. And then I'm not saying don't have game. Have game. Have money as well. I mean, maximize all three, but I would argue like if you're a good looking Asian guy, then I think that's going to put you at a different advantage because women, again, it's all perceptive. It's all perceptual. Have a style, have a look, and put yourself into play to your own advantages. Thomas, wait a minute, I got to get rid of you. Hang on. Thomas Vandenberg said, isn't there a statistic that historically only 40% of men pass on their genes versus 80% of women pass on their genes? Actually, it's worse than that. In as far back as 8,000 years ago, which predates, I should say, predate agriculture? Again, genomic testing will crush the feminine imperative. Mapping the human genome has probably been more significant in just absolutely crushing the feminine imperative than anything else. One way it does that is it can figure out if it has figured out, I should say, that in as far back as 8,000 years ago, 17 women reproduced for every one man who reproduced. It can also tell you whether you're a genetic relation to Genghis Khan. Those kinds of things, fun facts and interesting, factoid kind of things. But it is what it is. And yeah, I don't know if that's 40, 80. Actually, I think it's probably even a worse skew than that. I do think that more modern times, since the advent of monogamy and agriculture, I think it's down to like 7-1 instead of 17-1, which is still not very good, but maybe that's where that's accounted for. I'm not really sure. I have the articles for that. I've posted them on here before, but yeah, I think you're correct. She-heart dog. You're
goddamn right.
You're goddamn right. Oh wait, I got a very large contribution. Look, it's for Ned's college fund. Thank you. Keeping your boy Ned off of OnlyFans, one super chat at a time. Woof woof. I need a woof woof. I'm going to just record Ned for that one. Okay, you guys. I am about tapped. This is let's see. I did a show on Wednesday. I did a show on Thursday. I did a show on Friday. I apologize for not getting to I was on a plane when Rule 0 was going down. So Ryan and John MLD, I heartfelt apology for my absence, but I was unavoidably unavailable. So anyways, I am going to be getting to Vegas a whole lot more these days, going back and forth. I'm going to try to make it a semi-monthly thing. So maybe like twice a month to start and see how you guys like the show. And then from there, we might ramp it up. It might be an every week kind of thing. And people will say, oh my gosh, that's a lot of traveling. Well, it's only down from Reno to Vegas. It's about a 45-minute flight. So it's like a commute for me. I go down there for a day, do your show, come back. I think we'd be doing pretty well. And again, it's a panel show. We're going to start out with, some of these girls that Mike knows. I mean, top shelf, like model women. So there's a qualitative difference there, but also women who can carry on a conversation, not unlike Tori. I'm also going to be doing interviews with, hopefully, or maybe Mike's going to do this, but we're going to have say celebrities, but personalities on the show. So we're looking at building out a much broader, much bigger show in, is it Red One Studios? Red One Studios, by the way, will be when I get to my new place. But we're definitely, by the way, the place that we're at is called Sticky Paws in Las Vegas. And it's a very well put together, well, by the way, very professional. They have staff there. Like I go there and I don't have to do jack shit. I just code in what I have to, and that's it. Everything's taken care of. They have a producer and everything. The only thing they don't have is like a Natalia or somebody reading super chats for the live streams. And Mike doesn't really do live streams per se. I do live streams. So it will be a live stream show. I want it to be engagement media so we can read super chats and we can get questions for the guests and the panelists and everything else. We'll be doing this talk and all that. But again, it's nothing. People say, oh, it's like Fresh and Fit. No, it's not. It's just me, Mike, and three girls, right? Or me, Mike, two girls, and Justin Waller, right? That's just basically it's a conversation kind of thing. And my thinking is this: when's the first show? I think we're gonna try a pilot episode probably in October, like first week of October. That's the best, my best estimate, my best ETA. Only because I have to move out of this place into my new place. So once that move has been made, then we're going to be, I will be spending a lot more time in Vegas. By the way, my daughter lives in Vegas, and so I've got a condo in Vegas, so I stay there. And then Miguel is there. Miguel, by the way, I should add this. Miguel, Dollar Cost Crypto, Cultivate Crypto, is going to be doing his show from the a little bit smaller studio at Sticky Paws himself. So he's already worked it out with the guy who's the owner there. And he'll be doing a very professional crypto show. If you're in the Hex community or in the Pulse community, you're in the crypto mindsets. If you're in if you are into, let's see, Cultivate Crypto, Dollar Cost Crypto, all his stuff, that's where that show is going to be from. So we're both kind of moving in. I guess the show's in there. I'm not taking Rational Mail down there, but again, I said I'm going to be doing something new. And I'm going to be bringing on some real good guests. I'm going to be bringing on some real good staff, some other people that I want to collaborate with. You probably know some of these names. I would very much like to get Torsia down there so she can do a much more professional show. Maybe she can do the smaller studio in the front. We'll see. But I will be making phone calls and networking quite a bit. You will see a lot more of me on Instagram, probably because I'm going to be doing a lot more travel in the future, and I'll explain to you when that's going to happen. And yes, part of that's going to be Istanbul, Turkey. So that's coming up. Let's see what else. I think that's it. Sticky Paws. And let's see. Oh, by the way, so if you haven't got Trial of Ascension, the latest EP, it's out. I did a full rehearsal studio episode. You guys kind of really like that. I love the questions on that. So I'll probably be doing some kind of music show, just sort of as a side thing once in a while when I want to. Because people say, oh, we went to Rational Metal. Play some guitar for us. Okay. Trial of Ascension is going to be doing, we're going to be doing in studio, like live streams pretty soon when we're get back together and we're done with the writing process. But it's just fun. It's just something to do, I guess. I don't know. And then Rational Mail, all the books are available, of course. And then if you haven't got the Audible, it is out now, so you can go and get that. I am beginning the outline for a new book. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not going to say anything about it, but I've begun the outline for a new book. I'll probably start on it in the new year because it's going to take a little bit of research and some time. Yes, Kenya. Yeah. What about Kenya? Oh, I would very much MZ Tomasi. Yeah, I would very much like to go to Kenya. That will probably be on the list of travel places. Probably Paradise Challenge once or twice, hopefully, if things work out right. Now this is later. I'm kind of like tipping my hand a little bit here. That's coming up. Well, I'm trying to think what else we have happening. Oh, Rule Zero, not abandoning anybody. I'm still it's hard to get to it sometimes. But we'll still be doing that. I'll still be writing on the blog, of course, which I owe you guys an essay. Oh, and then by the way, I got to put this out. On Wednesday of next week, I will be doing my Patreon group, my Zoom call Patreon group. That's at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It is at the $200 level on Patreon. So if my fee for my one-on-one is a little too steep, I make that available so people can like sort of get together. We can have a community. I'm trying to build a tribe, really, is what it's about. I've got, I think 12 guys now. I cap it at 25. So we've had as much as like 18, and I think we're down. We've had as few as 9, but I think we're right around 12 or 13 at this point. And it's we get together, we talk for 2 hours. You get 2 hours once a month, and I try to make it as convenient as possible. You come to, instead of a one-on-one, it's kind of like a group thing. You're gonna get a one-on-one with me, but then like there'll be other guys there who get something out of maybe hearing me analyze your situation, or maybe somebody had a similar situation and they're going to like be able to help you with that in a way that maybe I couldn't. So it's really good all around. Again, that's on my Patreon. It just look up The Rational Male or Rollo Tomasi on Patreon. You'll find it. And the link is in the description, so you can go directly there. And last but not least, Red Pill Lions, we will be doing an event in the middle of October. I believe it's the 17th through the 20th is the week that I'll be in Vegas. We're going to go to a Vegas Golden Knights game, and I'll hang out with you. We'll go have some fun. Maybe I would really like to drag Mike along for this, but we're going to take maybe 1 or 2 holders. I'm not sure. To a Vegas Golden Knights game. We'll fly you out. We'll put you up. You get to hang out with us for, I think, 2 days, 3 days. And we're going to watch the Avs and the Vegas Golden Knights go at it. Hopefully the Knights will win. But that'll be in Vegas I'll be there for that full week. I'm not sure exactly what I guess the travel plans kind of depends on who wins, but that's going on. That's the latest thing for the Red Pill Lions. If you're not in the Discord group, or if you haven't bought an NFT, or you're looking at watching my show for the first time from the Hex community, thank you, Pulse Chain. Thank you, Hex. Thank you, Richard Hart. If you are a holder, great. If you're not, consider picking up a Red Pill Lions NFT. As you know, I promote it quite a bit. That's my NFT, and that is Kevin Savo's NFT, and that is Rocky Savo's NFT, and that is your NFT. That is a Red Pill NFT, because we take the money from that and we repurpose it for Red Pill projects. Actually, it's better than a Kickstarter. It's better than GoFundMe, because it's not one little one-off project. It is also meant to benefit you. So that said, do go pick that up. And if nothing else, if you're like hesitant or doubtful, go join the Discord group, because that's where I'm in the Discord more than any. Where's Rollo Tomasi's Discord? That's it, at Red Pill Lions. You can find the address to it right down here, or you can just simply go to redpilllions.com, and then there's the link that's right there as well. So that's my story. That's sticking to it. I will see you guys. I will do a midweek show on Wednesday, and I'm trying to think what else. I'm not sure what the topic's going to be. It will be alive. So I'm going to try to do a panel show with my new mutants, with my newbies. So I'll probably see if I can't get Torsha and Kevin and maybe Giovanni and maybe some other people. Some of my newbies I want to get on and just do sort of a panel thing for Wednesday. So I think I'm going to see if I can arrange that. Might be something to look forward to. Anyways, that'll be on Wednesday, most likely about 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. And that'll be my Wednesday midweek show. Or it might be Thursday. We'll see. But watch my Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Twitter. And be good to each other. Would you like to hear the full song? Do you want to hear it? Okay, here we go. preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved, trademarked. Don't steal my stuff. Thanks for listening.